53 people in here. Let's get liking, tapping, sharing. Click that orange heart next to Sam's name. Send some hearts, send some bracelets, send some gifts to your favorite followers. Don't be lazy. Tap, tap, tap. Thank you.
Tap, 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 tap. A little older than you. Yeah, I don't have that energy at 4 a.m. I got 4 hours of sleep last night and didn't take any nap today.
Oh my god, you got 4 hours of sleep? Oh my god, that's like my normal sleep day.
Well, 4 hours within the last 48 hours is what I'm saying.
Let me call you a ambulance.
What kind of phone is that?
It's a fucking track phone, dude.
It's a flip phone is what it is. Looks like something my grandma would have.
Yeah, this is a phone that I buy for $20 in cash with unlimited data and texting for 1 month. I use it and then I fucking burn it.
What do you use it for?
Just like this one too.
Now, when you say you burn
just-
it, do
and
you
just like this
physically
one.
burn it, or you just throw it away?
I mean, you can, yeah, or you fucking destroy it somehow.
Why do you need it? What are you doing? Prank calling people?
Yes, you burn phones after prank calls.
Like what? Like what are you doing?
Stuff.
I don't think you should ask that kind of stuff on TikTok.
I'm
Here's a realistic scenario that I can talk about. Let's say I got to make a immediate phone call that I don't want to be tracked, and I've got to move some supplies on Ukraine in the front lines, or I've got to call in an artillery strike right now, and I can't afford to use something else. I can pick up this phone, flip it open, call the phone number that activates it, make a fucking phone call to Ukraine that's not going to be tracked back to anyone, and then I can call in an artillery strike and fucking destroy the phone.
I like the part where you said you're gonna flip it open.
I wasn't thinking about like war.
You know what we call those phones?
Or also, like, you need to communicate with people that you want to keep private, like shit that like let's say you're doing important shit that you want to keep private.
Sam, you know what we call those phones at work?
Track phones, burners,
No, kosher phones.
crackhead phones. Oh,
no, kosher phones. They're
I've
kosher phones.
I've got about eight burner drop phones stashed in various places in this state.
So for what I do for work is I take pictures of Hasidic weddings, and sometimes they are not allowed to have cell phones that have the internet on them. So everybody has a flip phone. Kosher phones.
I remember being in high school and like I got my first flip phone, and I remember just like playing the slap game with your friends. You'd walk up and be like, "Hey man, check this out!" Smack! You just fucking smack them upside the face. You'd like walk up, someone
With
just
the
whap!
phone?
Yeah, you just whap! You just flip it open and just like whap straight in the cheek.
Oh yeah, and then you'd
Dude.
go to recess and see the dinosaurs.
What?
Whenever you had Sam.
Even Sam's story was too young for me.
Too young.
Yeah, I'm old as fuck, guys. Jesus, I'm double your age, man.
Golda, you're barely older than me.
You
I'm a
sound
bunch
15
older.
years old.
Golda, how
I
old are
know.
you?
I am going to be 39 in a month.
You're 8 years older than me. Calm down.
Yes, I know. But still, when you're talking about slapping people in the face with phones, dude, like, how old were you? I got my first phone at 16. How old were you? You were 8.
I got my first phone in between my junior high school and high school, so like in between 8th and 9th grade. And yes, Tutar, I do use smartphones sometimes. There's certain smartphones that you can use, like this one, the Samsung Galaxy A16 5G. You can pick this one up for about $50 at Walmart. You activate it, fucking destroy it. Some of them are better than others. I know there's a Pixel phone that has a true fucking airplane mode that people like to use for shit like this. Because basically, I could throw this phone on airplane mode, and I could throw this phone on airplane mode, this phone, and they're all still going to have signals coming out of them. They're not a true airplane mode. But with, I can't remember which version of the Pixel it is, it's a true airplane mode. Sam, video just dropped about Israel. Video about what? I'm confused.
Yeah, so you guys heard that the Houthis attacked Israel earlier and they didn't hit nothing?
The
But all the
ballistic
alarms
missile.
went off again. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do they have time for that when America's hitting them?
I mean, America didn't destroy them.
What?
Flip phones are superior. I'm a flip phone supremacist. The agreed paradise. I do appreciate a good old fashioned flip phone if I just need it for basic functionality. I bet she doesn't remember. Golda, did you have a Nokia?
Yes.
I love Nokias.
I had a Nokia when I was a kid, and then when I lived in Israel on the program we were on, they gave us all Nokias.
I was not allowed to have a Nokia or a phone as a kid.
Dude, the oldest technology that I remember as a child were the freaking box TVs that had static all over the screen.
Yeah.
And the keyboards that were like attached to the computers that had the huge box underneath where you like slide the discs in and stuff like that, CDs.
The floppy disk.
Yeah, or what's it called? Is it called a DVR with the little black box that you slide in to watch a movie?
Yeah, but
That's a V8. No,
late.
no, Golda, that's not a DVR. It's a VHS
No, but he's
and a
not talking about
VCR.
that. No, he's talking about what you slide into the computer.
No, he said the thing the black
talking about
box.
the
No,
black
but he was talking about a computer.
No,
and then later-
Golda, he went back. He went back in time. He doesn't know the timeline of those. He just went back
Oh.
in time. He described a fucking VCR.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
is
then
that
he
what-
said.
is that what it
but
is?
yeah, you just confused. That's why I was saying you're going back and forth. The DVR was on the computer where you put in like a CD,
Oh,
and then a VCR is where you put in a VHS tape and played a movie on your television.
I'm talking about those black boxes that have like those circles in them that you slide into those things for like a movie.
Yeah, that's a
And they came in those
VCR.
plastic cases that like folded in half and snapped.
This man's
That's a
describing a
VHS.
fucking VHS tape.
I remember being a
You
tiny
take
kid.
a VHS tape and you put it into a VCR and then it played your movie, but you had to rewind it first.
Yeah.
I
remember the
have
rewind.
Golda.
That was
I have the 25th anniversary of the Disneyland Main Street Electrical Parade on VHS.
Nice.
I still have a VCR player
I
upstairs.
have Aladdin and I have The Lion King.
Oh, I've got all my Disney movies. I've got the what is it, the Black Star Gold Star collection.
Oh no, I don't have a collection. I just have whatever movies came out that I wanted when I was a
My
kid.
thing is I've also got the entire first few seasons of Pokemon on VHS.
I do not have Pokemon.
I never played Pokemon. I always thought Pokemon was for dorks when I was growing up.
It still is for dorks.
Bob, I swear to God, if this is some stupid shit you're sending me just to troll me.
Sam loves Pokemon.
Goddamn right.
So did my friends. My friends were like doing that Pokemon Go shit, and like my cousin was doing that, and he had me drive around Brooklyn. He like made it seem like he needed a ride to go get something, but I was like,
No, you're
picking up
just driving,
Pokemons.
bitch. Today,
yeah, like what the fuck?
I got hit by a car the first night Pokemon Go came out.
Oh my God,
you
Sam!
gotta,
Of course you
you
did.
You got
Yeah,
a
I
guest that wants to
I
come
see. I
up,
gotta
Sam.
go to Bob real quick. Hang on. I gotta.
Hi,
look for this message.
Sababa.
So I was walking through a parking lot trying to catch Pokemon, and I wasn't paying attention, and a car hits me, and I look up, and it's my fucking friend's car, and he's like, "Bro, what are
Was
you
he
doing?"
also catching Pokemon?
Yes, he was.
Let's go. Host with the money gun. Dude, there were people that lost their lives doing
Did
that.
someone give a
Pokemon
money
Go
gun?
stuff.
Oh shit! Thank you, Sasha.
That's so stupid.
How
And it
long
was
ago
crazy
was
too,
that?
because I remember
Oh,
when I was driving my cousin
Sababa,
around,
I just
other
tried to let
people
you
were
up.
doing that.
I just tried to let you up, Sababa.
Yeah, he probably heard Pokemon and was like, "I never mind."
I should re-download Pokemon Go.
Kobe, come up if you're still here.
I want some opposition. God damn it.
I will. Be
Bob,
opposition.
fuck off. I hovered over the goddamn link, Bob, and it showed me a preview. Fuck you.
I will be opposition. You cannot.
Hang on, we need to
support
ban the
Ukraine.
Hold on, we got a
We
bigger
must
opposition.
support Russia.
We got a bigger opposition. Someone in YouTube
Okay.
chat just says we need to ban Pokemans.
That's not opposition.
Goddamn, it is.
Pokey what?
Pokemans.
Pokemon.
That's what, like how
I
old
agree.
people say shit like that.
No. They're saying we need to get rid of people who play Pokemon. They're called Pokemans.
That's not what that is.
That's what I'm gonna call it
Hot
from now
take,
on.
hot take. I think that Pokemon enjoyers, Star Wars enjoyers, and Minecraft enjoyers, or anything of the like, I find all of that very odd.
What
Just
about Harry
because you
Potter?
don't have fun in life doesn't mean that other people are odd.
I did this thing called play sports growing up,
So did I.
and were you good at it?
Yeah.
Did you go to college to do it?
No, because my dumbass was like, military.
Yeah,
Dude,
I don't know.
I was throwing an 80-mile-an-hour fastball my fucking freshman year of high school.
Weak. I would have taken you 500 feet. You know where I grew up, though, Sam. You know the layout. Having fun out in the
Bro,
wild.
I was a little fucking Shohei Ohtani. I was batting with a fucking 647 batting average as the leadoff hitter and then also pitching.
Trash.
Moderate. Do you play fantasy football?
Yeah, I do. I won my league, of course.
Dork.
It's like, why would I
Dork.
lose?
That's literally Dungeons and Dragons for jocks. You're just as much of a dork.
What's wrong
Wait.
with D&D?
Nothing.
Wait,
You're
how is
just
what is
dorky.
what is wrong with fantasy football? Drafting a
The
team
same
and
thing.
it's basically like gambling, but like.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I
Where
lost
the
like
fuck's my opposition, goddammit? Someone share this to some idiots.
everyone
Dude,
just click share and click copy link. It
Do you want me to send it to pro-Israeli, pro-Russian people?
I was waiting for some people to show up.
I mean, I can send it to Alpa, but you have to be
There's a
nice
guest.
to her.
Jack Hayden.
Oh.
Ryuk, send it to all of our pro-Israeli,
pro-Russia.
pro-Russian friends.
Debate me right now.
Cool.
Are you really?
What?
Yeah, I am. I don't really care about the
Okay.
Israel stuff, but I'm pro-Russia.
Cool. Why are you an American?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was born in the United States, but I'm Russian, ethnically speaking.
Okay, so why are you pro Russia?
Because I think the invasion was justified. Because obviously the people living in the regions that were invaded were not Ukrainian. There's no such thing as being Ukrainian. They were ethnically Russian. Number one, do you agree with that, by the way, with that proposition?
No, I do
Yes or
not
no?
deny the existence of the Ukrainian ethnic identity.
Sorry, I asked if you affirm the proposition that I just stated, yes or no?
And I said no.
No, so that means you affirm the negation of the proposition, correct?
Dude, who the fuck
Look,
do you think
this
you
is
are?
basic logic, you fucking low tier. You
Hey
don't know
Jack,
basic
I-
entry level
Jack,
logic.
you don't know philosophy.
Yeah,
bro.
what was your MOS in the Marine Corps, by the way?
Jack? If
Yeah,
somebody
you
declines
definitely don't know
the
basic
affirmative,
logic. I have a
if
master's degree in philosophy. Hey, moderate, I'm not talking
what's
to you.
your
You're a
node
side
name?
character.
Hey, Dimmy, be quiet. You sound like a fucking autistic child who's fucking. I
Smack
don't
you in
even
your
know.
mouth. I
Yeah,
was in
do
the
what
Marines
you
as
do.
well.
What you node
I
name?
don't care.
11. I was infantry.
I don't
You sound like
care.
a pogue, bitch.
I don't care.
Зачем ты говоришь так
You
много?
definitely were a pogue. Look
Jack,
at
I
you,
don't
who's the
care.
champion?
Bitch
Jack,
made.
who's the champion
Where
of
do you
Western?
live, bitch?
Who's the champion of Western philosophy? Who's the
Yeah,
original
no one's
philosopher of the
Immanuel
West?
Kant.
Wrong, master in philosophy, my butt.
Well, there's no. What do you mean champion in Western philosophy? What
Yeah.
does that even mean? Champion. That's
the-
not.
Hey,
That's not a
Jack.
term that's used.
no, it
No,
is.
everyone,
Hey,
everyone
Jack.
has their favorite Western philosopher. I think Immanuel Kant was the best. A lot of people
Hey,
agree.
Jack, ты очень много говоришь. Откуда вы?
Anyway, whatever that sand monkey language is, host, can you
That's
respond to the debate?
Russian.
Wait. You just claimed you're Russian, but then you called
Well, she's
Russian
a
sand monkey?
I'm actually Aryan.
Okay, so you're just a little fucking Nazi bitch.
Yeah, I would talk to you like this in real life, bitch.
Hey, I don't care.
bitch.
Go grab a rope and a wobbly stool and
Führer's alive. The
kick it
Führer's
out from
alive.
under
Hail
yourself.
Hitler.
And-
Hail Hitler. Hail Hitler.
Иди нахуй, loser.
There we go. Oh, let me add him.
Russian.
Let me add him to the fucking to the thing.
See, I told you, you're only gonna get Yahtzee
I
if you
didn't-
have
I didn't-
Jews up on the panel.
I don't even have to make the fucking live about Israel.
Well, no, you have me up on the panel. That's the only way you're gonna get Yahtzees is with Jews or pro-Israelis or with Israel on your background.
You should follow in H-Man's final moments.
Yo,
Hello. What's up?
what's up? Yeah, I just wanted to ask this guy who he thinks the champion of Western philosophy is, whatever the hell that means.
I
Moderate.
think that's for you, moderate. Oh, he must have stepped away.
Moderate, are you there? He might be
Sorry,
finding his
dude.
phone. Yeah, is that all you had?
No, hold on. Let me step outside, and I want to talk about Ukraine and Russia.
Are you the same guy with a different account?
No, you should be able to tell I sound
Are,
much different.
are you gonna go off about H-Man and the Jews now? Like that guy?
I mean, no.
We had some guy on,
we're off to a better start than we did already then.
we had some guy on Bob's Live who was it Bob's Live who came up with different accents on like different accounts.
I mean, yeah, we can talk about. I mean, if you want to talk about the Jews and H-Man, I guess we can. I mean, that seems
Oh God, please.
doesn't matter.
Oh my
I mean, it's
God.
whatever you want to talk about. I joined to talk about Russia and NATO imperialism.
All right, let's talk
Okay.
about Russia.
Yeah, let's well Moderate finds his charger. Wait, Moderate, are you back?
Yeah, what's up?
What do you mean, champion of Western philosophy? What the hell does that mean?
The father of Western philosophy?
Yeah, who? Yeah, you
Yeah.
could have just said the father, but even that's highly ambiguous.
It's not. It's Socrates. It's widely accepted.
So you think Socrates has had more influence than Aristotle and the Scholastics?
Aristotle learned from Socrates. You
That doesn't
moron.
matter. You said the champion. There's a
The
big
father.
difference
I
between
said
the
multiple
father and the
words.
champion.
I said who was. Champion was one word I used.
Yeah,
I'm sorry-
exactly.
I'm
that
sorry
means
you
who
don't
would be
know
the
what
most
synonyms are.
influential.
I'm sorry you don't know what synonyms are, brother.
So
We
champion
are
and
the
synonyms. Right, hold on.
champions, my
Saying champion
friend.
and then saying founder, that's two completely different things.
He didn't say
Found-
founder, he said father.
Father, sorry, same difference. You get the idea.
Oh, see what you
Well,
just
same
did?
difference, synonyms.
Yeah,
Oh.
champion does not
Wait,
imply
wait
though,
a
the same
second.
thing
You
as
just
father.
conflated-
Founder
keep
and
on
father, however, does
Oh my
fighting
God.
the same
till
thing.
the
All right, let's
end.
just go. Let's go to
All right,
Russia.
we
Okay.
can listen.
Let's go to Russia. So,
Yeah. I hope Russia glasses Ukraine.
and why is that?
Because Ukraine is completely a failed state and should not exist anymore.
So you think that just because
my question for you is if you can
Hang on,
justify Ukrainian sovereignty.
they're a sovereign nation, internationally
Can you
recognized,
justify why that should be the case? Can you solve the is-alt gap here?
you're joking, right? You think that you can just invalidate a nation's sovereignty because you don't like them?
No, it's not that I just don't like them. I'm asking you, can you justify their sovereignty?
Wait, before
I
you
think
go
this
off,
is
Sam,
one of the stupidest fucking questions
so
I've
what's
ever
so that's a
heard.
dodge, right? We call that
No,
a
no,
dodge,
no.
so
I'm
dodge
saying
number
it's
one.
so
Dodge number
no.
one.
No. What I'm saying is it's so fucking nonsensical
I'm gonna count
because
in
it
the
is
chat how many
because it
dodges.
asserts that you have validated that they are no longer a sovereign nation to begin
No,
with.
I'm asking you to justify their sovereignty, which you can't do.
The
So that's the
f-
first
I
dodge.
can.
Once I'm gonna re-ask
No,
the question.
I
and see
can't.
if
No,
you can
you're
give an
not.
answer.
You're not gonna ignore my answer that I gave
Justify
you.
their sovereignty. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
the fact that they currently exist as a free and sovereign
The
nation,
is-alt
international.
gap. You're saying just because they do exist, they ought to exist. So dodge number
Yes.
2. Can you ask the question?
They are a free and sovereign nation with an economy, a culture, a history.
So you see the fallacy, right?
No, I see that you're being nonsensical and trying to
No.
justify the slaughtering of a nation and wiping their ethnic identity.
Fallacy after fallacy after fallacy. So once again, right?
Mm,
That was
none
the
of what
third
I just
dodge.
said
I'm
was a
gonna
fa-
Ask the question.
You're gonna not talk over me in my fucking live. Nothing of what I
Don't you
just said
cry
was a
about it, dude.
fallacy.
Ask him what type of fallacy, Mr. Phil, bro.
A formal fallacy.
What's that?
What do you mean with that? What are you asking me?
What-
You don't know what a formal fallacy is? You don't
No,
know?
I'm asking
primitive
you
about
what
the
it is.
concept of fallacy. You should know what that is. Now, back
I
to
know
the
what it
original
is.
question at hand, right? Can you solve this is-alt gap? You're saying because Ukraine exists, it ought to exist. I want to know why.
Because there's nothing
Ukraine-
that justifies them not existing as a free and sovereign nation.
Wait a second. That doesn't answer the question.
It does.
Right?
You
it
not
doesn't.
you not liking the answer doesn't mean that it's not a valid answer.
No, when I ask you for a justification to solve this is-alt problem that we have here, and then you go, "There's no reason why they shouldn't exist." That's not a reason at all. So once
It is
again-
because you're trying to get
No,
me
it's
to
not.
you're trying to get me to disprove and you're trying to
No,
get
I'm not
me
trying to get you to disprove a negative.
So
There's a
you're
difference-
you're saying that your entire logic here is I don't think they should be a state, and you're saying why don't you justify them existing? They exist as a free and sovereign nation because they have resolve and self-determination. They have a functioning economy. They have a functioning military.
This
They
is
have a
just
culture. They have a
obfuscation,
history.
right?
No, it's an answer to why
No,
they
it's not.
deserve
This
to.
is Dodge number 5.
Are you fucking retarded?
Oh, see, that's a slur. So now you have to slur me, right? So
Yeah,
Dodge
no,
number
I
6
no,
plus
I'm
you called me a
genuinely
slur.
asking. I'm genuinely
keep
asking.
seething, Ukrainoid. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose, right? If you want to do this
Okay.
whole is alt gap fallacy and just say Ukraine should exist because it does exist, right? Then what I'm just gonna tell you is Russia's gains in the region in the past 4 months are larger than their gains in the past 2 years. It's fucking over for Ukraine, and your bullshit state's gonna get fucking BTFO'd. And it is getting
Cool.
BTFO'd. It's so yeah.
How
Look
many-
at your face. You know it's over for you guys. It's so sad.
You realize I'm an
Oh my
American. You
God.
realize I'm an American, right?
I don't know what. Yeah, obviously you don't have loyalty to America, waving the fucking Ukraine flag. Hoping
You
they
are
win.
literally pro-Russia. What fucking American
hello?
are you?
Don't assume
Hello.
where I live and where I'm from.
No. We just
Your
said. She
accent
said.
tells
Hang
me
on.
you're American.
She said you're pro-Russian.
You
By
sound
the
like
way,
you're from the
hey,
South.
I served 10 years for this fucking country. What have you done?
Nothing.
Oh, so
I
you
yell.
went and
I
blew-
yell at
yeah, so you
veterans
went
on
and-
No,
TikTok.
Golda,
and
Golda,
pretend
Golda,
I'm not
Golda,
from there.
Golda, Golda, stop. Go ahead, go ahead. Hang on. Are you gonna the burn children alive, unalive babies? Yeah, sure. Baby shish kebab, all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You're a very
Cool.
You're.
So
here, I'll tell
what have you
are.
done? No. I don't give a damn. What did you do for this country? What have you done for America?
I pay taxes.
You pay your tax. Cool. Well, I paid my taxes too. What else have you done?
What else do I need to do?
Not
once
support.
again,
Not
this is
support.
what
No.
the
I'm answering.
obfuscation
You
does.
you asked a question. I'm answering. You're not going to talk. You can't just ask a question and then immediately talk
We're
over.
on the initial question. Which
You
you never answered.
can't ask a question and then immediately talk over the second someone tries to answer. So what else could you not do, or what else could you do? I don't know. Maybe not support the nation that openly attacks us with cyber warfare on a daily basis, or has directly attacked U.S. military installations, or ordered hits on American service members. Gee, I don't know. Maybe start there.
All right, so you rambled a lot, so I'm gonna answer everything you said. Okay, so
I named three things. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 things. Number 1, right?
Uh-huh.
You never solved the is-alt gap, so we're on Dodge number 7.
Can you mute him real
continuing this
quick?
line of dialogue. Number 2,
Yeah.
don't mute me. I'm not done talking. So
You
number
can come back up after I'm done because, one, you would have to address the Islot gap fallacy because apparently I don't think you know what that is.
Oh, really?
So what Sam actually did provide,
2, no, he didn't. He said because
I wasn't even
Ukraine
done.
does
I
exist,
wasn't
therefore
done.
alt 2
Sam did provide an intermediate moral
didn't.
principle
Yeah,
to
you're a fucking
justify. You don't know philosophy,
idiot.
dude.
You're a
you-
fucking
and
idiot.
You think other people don't know philosophy. I'm way smarter than
I didn't
you.
say nobody else knows
I'm way smarter than
philosophy.
you,
I'm sure
dude.
there's a lot of people who know
Sam
more than
gave
you.
the
You're just a
intermediate
fucking
moral
idiot.
principle to justify the Islot gap fallacy that you're claiming. Okay? You can't come up here and spew big words
He made
like
a
other
normative
people
claim
don't
that
know.
Ukraine ought to exist. What do you think alt means
Yes,
there?
yes, that's what the Islot gap fallacy is.
Exactly.
because
So
you-
what do you think alt means there?
It's because I understand what the Islot gap fallacy is, and
Exactly.
you justify
So
it by
don't be a
providing
fucking idiot. You understand he didn't solve
You
it.
justify it by providing an intermediate moral principle to connect why the is should be connected to the ought.
He didn't do that.
He did.
No, he didn't. He said because Ukraine does exist, Ukraine ought to exist. That's what he did.
That's not what he said.
That is exactly.
And then
what he
I
said.
listed off the fact they have a functioning economy, a functioning military, a
Wait,
functioning
Hitler also had a
government,
functioning economy.
and there it is.
Exactly. So that justifies Nazi Germany. So you see
What
the
the fuck
absurdity
kind
of
of
your claim.
arguments is this?
What an
where this
absurdity
person...
to your claim. No
Okay,
wonder you're not. You're
I
a
really
Nazi.
don't give a shit.
why
You're
you
the
support
only. You're
Ukraine. Go
literally the only Nazi.
Wait,
here.
hang on,
So why
hang on,
wait,
Golda,
Sam,
Golda,
let me
Golda,
finish my
shh, shh,
sentence.
hold on, Golda.
Go
Please,
support
please,
Azov.
hey, shh.
Not
What,
not
cool, hey,
scum.
what tattoos did Dmitry Utkin, one of Putin's,
Nazi
right?
scum,
Cool,
Nazi-
no, you're gonna be quiet now, Demi.
know what
You're
fucking
gonna,
tattoos
you're gonna answer my question. What
You have a
tattoos,
bunch of di-
who was Dmitry Utkin?
Yeah, this is
Who
called
is-
a what
Who is the, you're goddamn right it is. I'm using a
What-
what
yeah,
about
oh,
as a
wait, so I have
logical
a
fallacy.
fallacy. So two logical
So
fallacies,
what,
right?
who is Dmitry Utkin?
Dude, you're getting blown the fuck out in this conversation.
Sure. Who is Dmitry Utkin?
And why does that matter? This is a whataboutism.
Because the claim of Ukraine just being a fucking Yahtzee state is bullshit.
I didn't say it was just a Yahtzee
Sam,
state.
this
I
is
You
said
a
did.
that was
So
silly argument.
Golda, I know it is. I'm pointing out how
But
moronic
this
he
guy
is.
isn't. No,
I
but this guy's a
understand.
Nazi.
Golda, I understand.
How
I
am I
know
a
this.
Nazi, you stupid
And,
bitch?
and
You want to wipe
cool.
out an
Hey,
entire group of people,
cool.
you
Cool,
fucking
yeah,
idiot.
hey, answer the question.
doing right,
Hey,
dude.
fucking Demi boy, answer the question. Who's Dmitry Utkin?
I don't know who that is.
So you're pro-Russian, but you don't know Dmitry Utkin, one of the leaders of Wagner
Who
when he was
said I
still
was
alive.
Wait, Wagner's not around anymore, dude. They all got
They
blown up
they
in
are.
that
They
Kool-Aid,
still
dude.
exist.
They all
They're
got- Putin killed all of
they're still officially registered as a PMC
Shut up, I'm
group
not-
in.
shut up,
I
be
don't care.
quiet.
They're still registered as a
You're
PMC group.
ignorant.
They are registered as a PMC group. They are literally registered in Belarus, and they still function partially under the order of the Russian Ministry of Defense in Africa. They
All
still
of the
exist.
Yahtzees, dude, you won't shut up talking. All
Oh, the irony. Cool. So in 2019, in the
leaders of
presidential election, they had about a 60% voter turnout rate in Ukraine. Of the 60%, 1.6% voted
like
for
that
nationalist-style leaders. Of that
Mouse with the
1.6%, 0.5% voted for
Shut up.
Yahtzee-style leaders, meaning that is a total of 0.0008% of the Ukrainian voting population that believes in Yahtzee-style leaders and ideology. Meanwhile, Russia has
This
an
is an
annual
obfuscation.
Yahtzee convention. They have the Rusich
Obfuscation.
Battalion. They have multiple units that post Yahtzee paraphernalia, and
Obfuscation.
Putin's right-hand man was literally covered in
Obfuscation.
SS lightning bolts.
wait, are you? Yeah, that guy got killed by Putin in a fucking plane crash. They blew
So
up the
that
plane.
negates the decade of him having SS
Putin
lightning
killed-
bolts.
Dude, Putin killed him.
So you're not going to answer my question, and you're gonna
Dude,
you're
wait,
you're
hold
gonna
on,
be the
you
one to run
agree-
away now. So
Look.
you're gonna be the one to run away now when I asked you a question, but you were talking shit when I was
Wait,
giving
can
you
Wait,
answers.
can you re-clarify what the question is?
Yeah, sure.
You didn't even ask a question.
Yeah, I asked you if you knew who Dmitry Utkin is, and then I asked you if you understood the hypocrisy, and then I explained it to you, and I was calling out the hypocrisy of you trying to say the Ukraine's just a bunch of Yahtzees when Russia has an annual Yahtzee convention. They have multiple units that go on publicly available television interviews and openly admit to being neo-Yahtzee units. And Alexei Navalny, Putin's biggest opposition, openly wanted a Russian neo-white Russian white ethno state. And Putin's right-hand man was literally covered in SS tattoos.
And, okay, so he's Putin's right-hand man, yet Putin literally
Was.
killed him. Yeah,
Yeah, because they
killed him
stood
and
up against him.
consolidated- Yeah, I understand you're mad because you're losing right now.
So that negates the entire multiple decades of him being covered in SS tattoos while being his right-hand man. No, because you're ignoring the fact that he was Putin's right-hand man.
Right? And you hate
No.
white people. You hate white people.
What?
You want more white people dead. 100%. 100%. You want more white people dead. You want the West to back Ukraine so more Europeans die. You're a sick person.
What?
Sick person.
I
More black
don't
people
know,
dead, too.
but
You want more black
literally, shut the fuck up. I
You shut
swear to
up,
God.
bitch.
I swear to God.
Yeah, you're not.
I've been
You're
going-
not.
I've been-
You're
I've-
not gonna talk to her like that.
Like, I can't with this fucking idiot. He's just screaming over you the entire time. He wants to wipe out an entire fucking country.
Yeah.
And then he has the audacity to call him up and say that you want to get rid of white people. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll just clarify because that dude thinks he probably read a book by like David Hume or G.E. Moore about you guys probably don't care on philosophy, but Sam provided the intermediate moral propositions or principles, and that would be that nations have moral rights to defend themselves and determine their own political status and governance, or that nations have a right to self-governance and self-determination. That is
I
the
didn't
moral
even give the
principle that-
simplified version. I went in depth and provided the
Well-
supporting evidence for that.
Yeah, he tried to come in here using all these big words because he read a book
Oh.
by G.E. Moore, knows about the Azot gap fallacy, and he doesn't even know how it works. He's an
Wait,
idiot.
guys,
You provided the moral principle to
he's
to
making
justify it.
a Yahtzee argument.
He thinks I'm Jewish
Okay, but then saying that Sam wants to get rid of white.
because he thinks I'm Jewish.
Okay, I get it, but what is it getting rid of white people? That's a literal Yahtzee talking point. From the book, the fucking dog whistle. Look, what the?
Wait, he had a pally flag at his name. I didn't even notice. I can't see emojis on my side of the screen.
No, he had a I think he had like
A
a
Russia
China
flag.
like a Russia flag.
Oh, someone in
Yeah.
chat said he had a pally flag.
I think he had a Pally flag.
Same shit.
In fact, I wish he
Maybe-
would come back because I could destroy him using his own is-ought fallacy to.
He's
prove
just
why
he's just
Russia
gotta.
He just
not
screams.
doing what
He
they're
did
doing.
have a Pally flag. That's crazy as hell.
I hate Phil Bros, dude. I hate them so much.
Oh, he had a pally flag too.
Oh, the other Yahtzee's back.
That explains his debate tactics. Just
happened?
scream,
What-
get
what do you-
loud, talk over people.
What do you want?
Yeah, debate me right now.
Why haven't you grabbed a rope and a wobbly stool yet?
Because I
Jack,
fucked your
Jack,
wife last night.
Uh-huh.
Jack, Sam will debate you as long as you apologize to me and say I am so sorry, Daddy.
Say it again.
Sam will debate you. Sam will talk to you, and you guys will have a good debate. You have to get onto your hands and knees, and that's it.
You call Bob Daddy.
Jack's girlfriend gives him the Cleveland steamroller.
Jack, the only words out of your mouth, the next words out of your mouth should be I am so sorry, Daddy. You understand?
Is Jack also a Phil Bro?
He was the first
Yeah,
one
yeah.
that came up and tried that. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack, I'll repeat it. So Sam will have a great discussion with you. You guys will sit and talk about politics and all that as long as you apologize to Bobby Daddy and you say, I am so sorry.
I fucked your wife, Bobby.
That's great. The next words out of your mouth should be, I am so sorry, Daddy. Get on your hands and knees. He left. That's crazy as hell.
What is wrong with these people?
No, too many chances, Bob. I dropped him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't.
Yep. He said the
Okay.
next words out of your mouth should be this. They weren't, so he got dropped. That's
True.
usually how we do it on your panel, Bob.
My work here is done.
Oh, there's the. Just leaves. Oh, little Nazis in chat. The little philosoph. Wait. Nationalist. No Russia ever called me white. No Russian ever called me white trash. Is his bio. What?
Yeah.
What?
By the way, the Mount Seth, whatever your fuck your name is, that pally flag makes a lot of sense because your debate tactics are completely lacking.
Hello, Muse. What's up?
Hey guys,
Hi.
what is up? Why are people so mean to you though?
They
Just-
think Sam
they're
is Jewish.
they're just
and then they
Yahtzees.
get mad when they find out he's not Jewish.
Oh, okay. So that's the thing.
No, I just made that up.
Yeah,
It was
it's
insane.
fucking probably, but Muse, if you look up above my head here, you can see I have a Yahtzee counter. This is the weekly record. I usually only stream like 3 days a week. This is how many Yahtzees we've had in 1 week. We're at 3 tonight.
Oh, so we're recounting now? Because, I don't need to count when it comes to my account.
No, well, yeah, Sam has an account because he's not Jewish, but he just needs one Jew.
moderate.
That's what happens.
Oh, I'm the one Jew.
No,
Honey,
that
I-
that
No,
was
I-
Golda.
I'm here.
I'm the one Jew. You
No,
can
no,
say,
Muse,
"Oh
Muse,
my
I'm
God."
Jewish too.
So, how is that going to happen? They just don't like us. They just don't like us, honey.
Well, I know, and they think Sam's Jewish, so they don't like him either.
And he's not. Oh
No,
my
no,
God.
Muse.
I
So
love this.
for a 3-week period, I had the verifiable most anti-Semitic comment section on TikTok. Out of 20,000 comments on all my videos in a 3-week period, 10,000 of them were anti-Semitic. The effects of anything from "here's your striped pajamas," "H-Man was right," "bring back the painter," "here's a gold star," "H-Man should have finished the
Right.
job," like everything you can think of. They also did a facial structure analysis of both myself and Moderate Case there at the bottom, to where they screenshotted
know the
pictures of our
Moderate
they screenshotted pictures of our face, and they did it to him too. They
Moderate
took
taste. I love that.
his-
Sam's not Jewish at
hang
all.
on, his comment
Yeah,
section
exactly.
his comment section wasn't nearly as bad as mine, but they did this facial structure thing. They took screenshots of our face and did a facial structure analysis measuring our faces to Yahtzee proportions to determine that
Oh,
we were
you
secretly
got-
Jews.
Wait, but what did they determine in Moderate's
The
case?
Moderate
He
case-
Oh,
doesn't-
they said it was his sunken eyes that made him Jewish.
Oh,
They
really?
said that
I
my
love that.
eyes. They said that like my eyes sit below my ears or something.
Oh,
like
Moderate Case, you're here. Hi, honey. I love the Moderate Case. I love
Hello.
Moderate
We
Case.
spoke
I
a
follow
couple of
my
hours
friends.
ago.
Yeah, exactly. I love you. I love you so much.
I wish I could say it back without sounding weird, but thanks.
No, it's fine. What are we doing? Are we actually occupying the space of being anti-Semitic right now? Is this what we're doing?
I'm just trying to do debates against people that are against supporting Ukraine, and it all, no matter what I do, even when I'm not doing Israel lives, which I do, it always ends up at Israel and Jews, no matter what, every single time.
Well,
I didn't even come
I
up for
was
like 2
born
hours.
in South America and Brazilian, so people can take my measurements and my appearance and say, I don't know, I'm kind of a Native American and I'm native to the Americas. You know, it's just something that is personal. So they can take that and run with it and say, are you a native to the Americas? I kind of am. Yeah. So, okay. Do they want to talk about it? I don't
No,
think
they
so.
don't. They don't care. They just want to be Yahtzees.
And we have a couple of people in the
Exactly.
request.
Yeah. But
We can do it.
but thank you for coming up, Muse. I'm gonna cycle through some people right now and look for some opposition. But I appreciate the support. And I appreciate you coming up.
That's fine. Thank you, bro.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Okay. And then I'll swap in palliative in a second. Oh, my back hurts. Some great Yahtzees tonight. Mischievous, it's taking you a second to load.
Dude, I'm just on one tonight, aren't I? I only get like
Done a
this when it's
DNA
like
test, Bonnerit?
4 a.m. What was that?
Have you ever done a DNA test?
No, but I'm pretty sure I'm Irish.
I
because there's,
refuse to give my DNA to fucking 23andMe.
There's like a lot of people in my family that are pale and have like red hair, so I think we're Irish.
You could be Jewish.
Well, I'm not Jewish.
I'm just kidding. The King David had red hair.
Mischievous, go ahead and re-request. It's just not, or restart your app to try to come back up. It's not having you connect for some reason.
Wait, what if it came back? I took a DNA test and I like actually was Jewish.
That would be hilarious.
Bob just sent his DNA test in, or his DNA.
Yeah,
in.
23andMe should not be trusted with your personal information.
No, I sent mine into my heritage.
I wouldn't trust any of them. They're all awful at protecting their customer data. Hello, Paladin.
So if that happened, would I like classify as
Well-
ethnically Jewish or religiously Christian?
No,
Because your mother it's passed down matrilineally. To be ethnically Jewish, your mother would have to be Jewish.
but
and
also
her mother
it's
would have
like
to be Jewish.
after 3 generations, you can't really be considered ethnic anymore because there's a lot of mixing and the culture is completely different at that point.
I wasn't even thinking about the whole mother thing. I don't know why I even said that. Again,
Way to go! But do you know anything about Jews, Moderate? Come on, man. God.
no, I only know about the Izot gap fallacy.
It's God damn it! Someone in YouTube chat brought it up again. They hate the Jimp.
What is that?
Someone called me in TikTok chat once. Someone called me a Jewish simp, and someone in YouTube chat was like, a jimp, and I was like, oh man, that sounds like a slur, and he was like, it is, but it's our slur. I am a jimp.
It's actually terrible. Why did you have a fake sophist on?
A what?
What?
Oh, a film bro. The
What?
guys who pretend they
Oh.
understand philosophy.
Oh, he
and
just
then
he just came in swinging like a fucking Yahtzee.
They are the most insufferable, self-entitled, pretentious, think they are right in every situation dickwad you'll ever have the misfortune of coming across.
He's correct there. They are despicable.
Yeah,
Even
And
I've dealt with them before.
of
It's
them-
the kids that read one single book. They're pretentious little snobs. They lie about their education, and they've read one book and they think they're educated on something, and they try to yell at everyone as if it's a gotcha moment, and they try to steamroll a conversation because people aren't used to being fucking yelled at in conversations or having someone talk fast and sounding like they know what they're talking about. And
Well, even the
everything you say to them is nope, nope, nope.
Yeah, well, even the ones who do know what they're talking about, they're still insufferable because they literally base their entire worldview on philosophy. No
which is a terrible.
pragmatism.
Yeah, it's a
n-
terrible. Even
Well, guys,
philosophers don't like that.
guys, you know he's like in the middle of a second semester of like freshman philosophy, so of course he has to.
No, he got his master's.
No.
Remember?
What?
No, I'm sorry. He doesn't know anything to do with philosophy, and I can tell you why.
No. I said freshman philosophy. That's like
No, he-
introduction
no,
to philosophy.
Yeah, he doesn't even have an introduction to philosophy that's worth knowing. Because any
It's not
philosophy,
the introduction if you just started the
Who
course.
gives a shit? They're insufferable.
Golda, trust me, I wouldn't even give him the credit of an introduction to philosophy.
Okay, I mean, I'd
It's-
never heard of it.
It's an I watched an Andrew Tate video, therefore I know philosophy. Is
Pretty
that
much.
accurate? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Do I have anyone who is against supporting Ukraine in the chat? I got 117 people in here, or 40,000 likes. Tap the screen. Come on down to the fucking. I guess it's a fucking Yahtzee convention tonight.
Yeah, let's not make it that far. I don't want to be. I don't want that being clipped. It's terrible. Everybody's just exacerbated.
Oh, also, well, the time of you guys knowing me by my call sign, which is Sam41, is coming to an end.
Why?
Because when I go to the Capitol and I'm in videos and interviews and stuff and doing the private meetings with the politicians, I will be one of the faces of the Ukrainian or American Ukrainian Coalition Organization, and because I'm now officially stepping into politics and other than like the behind the scenes stuff I've done, my real name is going to be out there now.
Sam, I've known you weren't call sign Sam41 for a year now.
I'm pretty sure I already know your name because of Facebook, but go at it.
Did I also get recommended to you? I blame Mickey for all of this. I added Mickey and I sent this to like Braco one night. I was like, the Jews have invaded my Facebook because
now we gotta find you on
every single one of my fucking recommended friends right now is all the Jewish people from our group chats.
Wait, how do I not see you on Facebook?
That's your
No.
fault.
Because he blocked you, Golder. He doesn't want you.
Wait, it's kind of not cool. You don't
Hey,
care
Matt's
too much.
here.
Wait, what's not cool? Matt's here. What?
I sent Matt the invite. to
Oh
you.
yeah, Matt was here a little bit earlier. Matt, you missed some philosophical bros. I told Matt earlier. Well, I think you were there, Golda. I want to let Matt loose on some pro Russians who like even if he doesn't know that much about the topic. I think that he would enjoy just bullying the ever living fuck out of some pro Russia bros.
Who is it?
Matt Nuclear.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Matt guy who does the who was the Green Beret.
Oh, Matt Tardio, Anger Tab. No, he's it's 4 a.m., so he's probably asleep.
It's 4 a.m. for me too.
I know Russia. You don't what? Wait, was Muse actually in opposition? Shit, I thought she was.
No.
I thought she was pro Ukraine. What? Muse, are you actually opposition? Muse?
News, are you pro Russia or pro Ukraine?
It's time to ruin some friendships.
Muse, hello?
Hi guys. I'm pro Ukraine. Sorry.
Oh, God damn it. Get her out of here.
Oh my god.
Get her out of here. She lied. She baited me. She baited me. I fell for it.
We all speak Russian, Muse.
I don't.
No, I meant those of us who were like Russified when we left.
Well, fuck you guys. I don't speak Russian.
Not you. I didn't mean everyone on the panel. I mean people who came from that region.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
You're Greek. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Fuck you guys. We're the superior Jews.
Superior to who?
You.
Okay, ask.
Wait, hang on. Muse, are you
He's biased.
you said you're pro Ukraine, but now you said I speak Russian, you lost. I'm so confused, Muse. What are you trying to do here?
She does speak Russian, so do I.
But she says you lost. I'm so confused.
She's teasing you. She wants to up on the panel.
Hi, Naomi.
Hey, Naomi.
I
It-
love your face, Sam.
It's Pixel's mom.
It looks amazing.
See,
That-
I said that too. Like, he looks good with a beard, but he also looks good without the beard.
No, disagree.
No, I'm sucking up because I need to.
Yeah,
I
love
she
your face,
she's
Sam.
sucking up because on the video of the fucking funeral, she was like, "Oh," she insulted the beard being gone.
Oh yeah, I saw that, and then
No,
I
no.
wasn't
Let's
commenting
be
anymore.
really clear. Let's be really clear. I knew. You know, I've known about this for a long time. I know the reason why you shaved the whole works and jerks. The only difference was, and I watched. You know, I'm absolutely there with you with Ethan. The only difference was when I saw that video, I was very much, oh my god, what did I say?
Yeah, it was kind of a weird thing when I went to shave it because it was like it wasn't like I was just shaving for normal. Like there was a meaning behind it. It was kind of weird. So I was like, maybe I'll record it.
Damn, where did you shave it? In like a public bathroom?
No, in the fucking bathroom at work right before the morning meeting.
Sam, I sent you something really important, actually. Just
Oh,
check it
Jesus
out.
Christ. How awful is this going to be? Modern, go back to your plantation.
Dude, what?
Yikes.
What is this guy talking about now?
The moderate plantations.
I have no clue what he's talking about.
Oh, Hammer does.
Sam?
Hammer does. What?
Hammer isn't here. We don't know what you're referring to, and it sounds
Oh.
extremely wrong.
Oh, his family owned plantations and still owns them.
Dude, he's
What?
lying. He's lying.
Moderate. How dare they?
It's a joke. He's lying.
I'm sure it's a joke.
His fault he was born into that.
He's such a liar.
So we know who Moderate is now. So what we're gonna do is when the revolution starts, we're throwing him. He's part of the bourgeoisie.
I'm coming for that house. I'm
No,
coming
yeah.
I'm coming for that big white
Join.
house.
Hammer just joined. No way.
Did you guys invite
Did
him?
Hammer actually just join?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
did he
Ha-
just show up when you said his name?
Hang on, I need.
Hammer is like Beetlejuice. You say his name 3 times and he appears.
Yeah, but he only said it once.
Hang on. I'm gonna.
Well, no, because we all said it. Moderate said it, I said it, and Sam said it. So technically, we all said it 3 times.
I just messaged Hammer. I said, "Come bully Moderate about his plantations with me."
No, he literally just came through.
But I don't see him on the guest list.
Oh, I guess he doesn't like you enough to stay. I'm just kidding.
No, I
Huh.
agree with that assessment. I agree with that assessment.
I'm just
Mm.
kidding. I think he hates everyone equally.
Mm.
No. No, he doesn't. He
Oh,
hates others way more.
he just got home from the Laker game.
The game that I lost $70 on.
Deservedly so.
Wait, what time is it?
Absolutely not. They scored a total of 18 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I actually don't see pro Russian lives. Maybe.
Oh,
it's
I
my
do.
I don't see anything about this on TikTok.
Me neither. Just you.
Yeah, well, I know that a lot of people see me in the lives that have pro Russians and stuff. Unsurprisingly.
What just happened?
Can the subscribers in chat please spam the Hammer Time sticker?
Yeah, God.
He just came in and swung the hammer.
Yeah, we'll just wait for him to come up.
That was for your plantation. He brought the
There we
hammer down on it.
Always does that. And then he immediately sends me an invite right back. He's just asserting his dominance. He's just like trying to tell me that I'm the big guy here.
He is the big guy here,
Hammer, get up
both
here.
literally and metaphorically.
No, he's not.
Metaphorically.
He's like 5'5". Him and Sam.
Yeah, his height is not the big part.
Well,
His width and radius is. Now I'm gonna get kicked.
If you can't look me in my eyeballs, then you might not have my respect. Oh, he got kicked. Anything below 5'8" is beta male.
Dude, I've lost an inch off my height and I'm still 5'10".
Liar.
It's okay, Hammer. I'm sure they'll get you a wig eventually. You'll be a pretty princess again.
Oh no. I wonder what type of cut he used to have.
There he goes.
What type of cut? You think he had like a flow, like middle part, slick back, hair gel?
Hammer, please come up and show us old photos of you with hair.
I bet it was curly hair.
Curly hair, straight hair.
Nah, he's Jewish. It was curly hair.
Jews do have curly hair, don't they? I know.
Most of us.
Don't you have curly hair?
Wavy,
Yeah, I do.
curly.
There it is. Jew.
Not curly, he says. Okay, I was.
Oh, Hammer, let's see it. Come on, you got to come up and show us some photos.
Probably a bowl cut.
No.
Like Oliver Tree.
No, well, we all the boys had a bowl cut when I was a kid. Did you have a bowl cut, Moderate? You kind of have one now.
No, I don't.
A little bit, just like, 2025. It's like a 2025 version.
Someone, Ryuk says, I'm picturing Hammer with Richard Simmons hair.
Who is that?
How do you not know who Richard Simmons is?
Dude, I don't know pop culture. If that's
Okay,
pop
just
culture,
go look him up.
I don't know pop culture. I think that's why I'm smart. I don't know.
With Moderate on this, I have no idea about pop culture.
I didn't watch movies growing up. I still don't. I don't watch TV shows. No.
Okay, I disagree on that one. I watch the odd TV show here, like The House of David, which you must watch, Moderate, otherwise
Oh my
we're banning you
God.
from the community.
So good.
I don't have the attention span to watch movies or TV.
You got ADHD?
Hang on, someone in YouTube chat says, "Oh, the curly hair fallacy."
Wait, the curly-haired fallacy? I'm here.
That's not a fallacy.
Yes, 'tis.
Don't you have curly hair?
'Tis. It's all a lie. All the curls are
Hammer,
lies.
Hammer, I know you just got home, but hurry up and get up here. We got to make fun of the plantation owner.
Howard, I have straight up pays today.
Dude, if I hear any more plantation slander on my name,
Wait,
I'm catching some Z's.
You mean you don't like people talking about
It's
your?
lies. It's
Moderate.
defamation.
Moderate, you're
gonna catch a
correct. We're gonna
defamation
catch. Moderate, we're gonna catch some Z's waiting for you to respond.
Sam and Hammer are gonna catch a cease and desist in a defamation lawsuit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Hey,
try that
hey,
with me.
guys, watch this. Hey, Moderate, do you think you can unsend those messages before I can right click and save into my computer right now?
The photos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, there's two of them. There's two of them.
That does not insinuate any ownership on my behalf. They could not. They could be just random ones I was strolling past.
This voice audio that I just saved does.
So this is why he always does shit in his car. I see.
Moderate's realizing, oh shit, I did send a voice audio.
He's going to delete it.
Hang on quickly before anyone in chat can not hear it. No, I'm gonna save it.
That's brilliant.
He's gonna go back and start deleting messages.
The fear.
Oh, there's a lot of deleted messages in this chat now. Oh, Moderate, you're safe. You're safe for now.
Sam, are you watching House of David yet?
No, I don't have time for TV.
Hey, that video was muted.
Not the audio message directly underneath it.
Oh wait, let me go check that out.
He's gonna.
You've already saved it.
This one. I just replied to him, Moderate.
Dude, I just listened to it.
The self-incrimination. Show the stream what we have in our brain. What?
If anybody peeked into mine and Sam's brain, they'd just be really disturbed by it.
Just a monkey with the symbols.
No, it's not a monkey with a symbol. It's a monkey with, on one side, Russian propaganda, on the other side, Ukraine's defense.
Okay, we got 110 people in here, 44,000 likes. Let's get the likes up. Let's get some fucking anti-Ukraine supporters. Come on, guys. Show stream. Show stream who Richard Simmons is. Oh. I feel like Richard Simmons shorts are too short, and I might get banned for that.
Who is Richard Simmons? What's he in?
You know those old like fucking workout shows you used to see, like with the fucking overhyped, fucking over energetic people that are like get you to jazzercise and all that shit.
No.
Never mind, you're not gonna know that.
Sam, make me big.
Oh God. Put it up first.
So back in the day, we used to work out on TV.
When you guys were old?
Well, not us, our parents, but yeah, they used to work out on TV. Just put them big. You
Oh my God. Oh my God. Not the shorts. Not the shorts.
If it can fly with Mickey, well, where's moderate and where's palliative? Oh. This is Richard Simmons.
Really old. Fuck me.
That's Richard
No,
Simmons.
thanks.
And he did workout television shows and helped women get fit in the 80s and 90s.
Someone in chat says that's totally Hammer. 5-minute mute inbound in 3, 2.
Yeah, she's
also,
you don't care about what the chat says about him.
one of my favorite things I ever saw with Richard Simmons was when he went on Whose Line Is It Anyways? That was one of the greatest fucking episodes of that show I've ever seen. I could not stop laughing at that.
Apparently, the headband is one of those. Fuck, what do they call it? The thing.
All good, Naomi.
The thing that you thought you always knew, but it was actually amazing.
What?
Shit.
But what?
What do they call it, palliative? Like the Bernstein Bears. Like we thought it was spelled one way, but then later they were like, no, it was always spelled this way.
No fucking idea.
Mandela effect. Thank you. So Richard Simmons, we thought that he always had a headband, but apparently not.
I don't remember him with a headband.
Yeah, it's a Mandela effect.
I don't remember him with a headband.
It's Mandela
OMG, Whose Line Is It Anyways is the fucking best. Dude, Whose Line Is It Anyways is one of the greatest shows of all fucking time.
What show?
Fucking, I'm Wayne Brady, bitch. Whose Line Is It Anyways? Like with the original episodes where Drew Carey was the host, and they had like Wayne Brady, Colin Mockery, Ryan Stiles, and then they'd have a random guest or just another regular who would cycle through. It was one of the greatest shows of all time.
I don't know who any of those people are except for Drew Carey, and I only know him from The Price is Right.
Ask Healing in the Field if they are pro-Israel.
Healed. Yeah, Healed in the Field. Are you against Ukraine? I know obviously you're pro-Israel by your account, but are you a pro or against Ukraine? Because I'm looking for opposition right now. Scenes from a Hat. God, Scenes from a Hat is always my favorite fucking section of the show. By far. Scenes from a Hat. Things you should not say, or things you can say at work, but not to your girlfriend. Hammer, do you remember Whose Line Is It Anyways?
I don't really watch that show.
What? It's great.
It's a Gentile show.
Hammer, what do you think about the plantations?
What?
And he left. I told Bonner we were gonna bully him about the plantations, and he immediately left.
Moderate, come back.
Damn, I just texted you a picture.
What is it?
Oh, I think we've got
Oh, God,
somebody
no.
who actually wants to debate.
Oh, Echo. Echo's fucking pro Ukraine.
Oh, right. There's too many echoes.
Yeah, this is a different Echo. This one's not autistic. Yeah, I'm looking for some opposition right now.
I don't think
I have
Echo's
straight
autistic.
hair, by the way. Straight.
Can we see a photo?
Sure.
Oh my God!
Echo's autistic.
Oh my
I think
God!
You've seen this picture before.
I haven't. Big screen 'em.
Big treat, big treat. Yeah, Echo. For reference, there's another Echo. Oh, that's a childhood photo. Come on.
Oh, you.
Like, when did the hair start leaving?
Oh, I don't know. Late 20s. That's my bar mitzvah.
Was that in Israel?
Yeah.
Very
Lucky
nice.
son.
Mount Scopus.
Huh. Okay, let's see a later photo before the hair started leaving. Yeah. So for Echo Collective in the chat, there's a different Echo from.
God,
Wait,
he
wait,
looks-
wait, wait. Make him big. Make him big.
Wait a
He
minute.
looks like my uncle.
There's a different Echo that we've debated with the. He's basically pro Hamas,
Sam,
and
the
he's
thing is-
disingenuous and. Oh my God! You look like
he
a
looks like my uncle.
That's a good one.
bro. You look like you would have been in.
Yeah, I had hair. See, I had hair.
You look like. Hang on.
High school prom.
What's the
Oh my
pose?
God. Hammer. I'm sorry, Hammer, but who thought you were straight in that photo?
What? What did you, I don't even
You
hear
look
what you said.
gay as hell in that photo, and that's coming from me.
Why is that gay, dude? That was tight. This is
That
dude. You gotta
pose with your
understand,
leg cocked.
dude.
Come on,
This is the early '90s, bro. Like seriously, different time.
Was that 95?
No, this was like 93. 90.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, that was 93. Yeah, 90. Yeah, that was 93.
Oh no.
Right before I graduated.
Hammer, you look like you would have been a member of the Offspring.
Dude, I was great looking. What are you talking about? I still am.
Me and
All the great
Saggy and
looking.
everybody are just like,
Just all
nah,
the
I'm
great
sorry.
looking, that's all. I had great hair too. I really, you know what? It's the only thing that I really wish everything else I don't really care about, but I really did have great hair. Really had great hair. It was a bummer. Just started coming out.
Back in my day.
Same thing happened to my brother-in-law. I've known him since high school, and now
Oh my God, Hammer. We were talking about because I was showing some burner phones that I have, and one of them is a flip phone. And
Burner phones. What are you preparing for the apocalypse?
Yes.
you never know, but these ones are for other purposes. But we were talking about stuff, and then Moderate was going off about how flip phones are so old and stuff, and then he started describing old things he remembered, and then he described a floppy disk. He described a fucking CDR drive, and then I shit you not, he goes, "What are those little black box? You put the other little black box with the wheels in it, and you watch movies?" And I was like, "Oh my fucking God! You mean a fucking VCR to VHS?"
I have those.
I still do too. I have the entire Disney like Black Star collection. I've actually got, you might appreciate this, Hammer. I have the 25th anniversary, or the final celebration. It's not 25th anniversary, I apologize. The final celebration airing of the Main Street Electrical Parade.
Oh, I used to love the Main Street Electrical Parade.
Nobody
I have
else
no
here
idea what
knows.
these things are.
Fucking Moderate, there's Moderate in the chat. Hammer, he ran away like a coward. He's hanging out in the chat.
I used to love the Main Street Electrical Parade when I was little. God, it was so good.
Moderate was telling us about big boxes that used to have keyboards attached and were computers.
Moderate, stop being a coward.
Yeah, get up here, Moderate.
I had before cell phones. There were pagers. I had a pager.
I had a pager too. It was blue and it had sparkles.
It was ridiculous.
I remember going to Blockbuster by my house. It was so great.
I just can't think about pagers now without thinking about blown up
I wish I could find my pager now because that'd be funny.
Kaboom!
I want that.
Where'd
you get her from, Sam?
I'm gonna get
I 3D printed it and I painted it.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh,
say, I'm
right.
gonna get my brother
Sam,
one.
how
to
much?
print it.
Find out how much it would be to ship one of those to me. I'll pay for the materials, and I'll donate a bit more to Ukraine. I get paid.
Okay.
22nd.
Okay. No, you've got issues. Don't worry about that.
Right, then send me one.
Wait, so the person healed in the field, did they say they were pro Ukraine?
I have no idea.
Pagers are such a USA thing, the rest of the world went straight to mobile phones. Apparently they didn't, because fucking Hamas or Hezbollah went straight to pagers.
Hezbollah's been
Healed in the field, are you pro Ukraine?
Well, here's the thing. I live in Israel. I don't know if you know that about me. And I love how Trump supports Israel. Like, I think it's wonderful and very much needed. I also believe that two things can be true at the same time. And it's just, I would love, because I listen to you and I know you're very educated on the subject. I would love for you to give me like a very short synopsis
Oh God.
of why I like I love that Trump is doing the things that he's doing, but I don't understand why he's so buddy with Putin, and I don't understand why he's turned his back on Ukraine. Like, I really don't understand that whole thing that he had, the meeting with Zelensky and in the Oval Office. I found that very icky, for
So
lack of a better word.
whether Trump realized it or not, I won't say like a lot of people like on the super liberal left are panicking. Oh my God, he's a fucking he's a Russian KGB agent. I think those arguments are stupid, but there is tangible evidence that he has been hanging around known KGB handlers since the 80s at his first visit to Russia. In 1987, he visited Russia for the very first time. He went to Moscow for 2 weeks and he hung out with oligarchs. No shit. I mean, rich dude gonna hang out with other rich dudes. That makes sense. Not a big deal. But he was also seen hanging around with known KGB handlers who were actually specifically handlers for leaders of other nations. He came back, and 2 days later, he spent $200,000, not adjusted for inflation, $200,000 on a full spread New York Times article about how NATO bad, Russia good, we should abandon NATO. So this isn't anything new.
Are those his same beliefs? Does he take those beliefs with him until now?
He hates NATO and loves Putin. Like,
So that's what I say. It's like, two things can be true at the same time. Like, I don't really understand that. Like no, I'm not on Russia's side in this case.
I've been dealing with a lot of pro-Israel people who are just super like cultish MAGA, who have gone like, oh, Trump doesn't like Ukraine, therefore I don't like Ukraine, and they like don't, but they're pro-Israel because Trump's pro-Israel. And at the same time, at one side of their mouth, they're like, yeah, I support Israel, but I also support the people that openly admitted to funding, arming, and training Hamas and invited the Hamas leaders to Moscow 7 days after October 7th. It's like,
So I have the opposite issue. I'm here, and all of my family is there in America, and they all, except for one, I think, can't stand Trump. They hate him with a passion. And they won't even recognize the fact that he is doing good things for Israel by supporting them. They won't believe
I hate the
that
dude
two
too,
things
but I
be
can
true
acknowledge
at
that
the
he's
same
helped.
time.
I hate the dude too. I have a deep disdain for the dude. I have deep disdain for pretty much everyone we've picked in the last few years for political positions at the highest levels. But I can acknowledge that he's done good for Israel while also doing bad for Ukraine. Like, me and
Right,
Hammer
so two
disagree
things
on a
can
lot
be
of
true
stuff.
at the same time. So if I'm supporting somebody's struggle, right, that he's doing something in their opinion that's bad, right? So I can support their struggle, but as soon as I say, but on the other hand, he's also supporting Israel. You are Jewish, don't forget, and I am here. Can't you just accept that two things can be true at the same time? And it's just like, no, I cannot. So in my mind, I can't accept that. I can't
Here,
accept.
watch this. Hammer, do you want to go on your little spiel about Jewish people voting really lefty in the United States?
No.
You don't want to give that? Hammer gets really riled up about that one.
No.
It doesn't look like he wants to be riled up. Listen, I've been up since 4. We had an alarm at 4 o'clock in the morning, thanks to the Houthis. And, you spend a lot of time thinking about all of these things. And with all of the people that I have in America, family that are just absolutely don't understand that if we didn't have Trump in office right now, it would be so much harder. It'd be so much harder here. Yes, I understand. I don't agree with Ukraine, what he's doing over there with Russia, and I don't agree with some things that he does, but can't more than one thing be true?
Because I think, my thing is, I think Kamala would have been worse for Israel and just barely better for Ukraine. Granted, they'd still have support and they would be getting more supplies, but I think it's like Trump's gone all in on one and kind of abandoned the other. Meanwhile, Kamala was wishy-washy on fucking both.
I just feel like it's so bipolar, the whole thing.
I just don't like Trump. I just think he's a moron. Hammer, did you see the ceasefire that Ukraine, Russia, and the United States agreed to?
I thought Russia rejected it.
Yeah, they renegotiated on a separate ceasefire where Russia, they basically said we're not going to attack anyone's energy infrastructure, so like power plants, oil depots, and stuff. And then, less than an hour after the phone call, Russia immediately banned a power station in Ukraine.
I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah, violation number 63, and then further proving Ukraine's point of like, why are we gonna agree to a ceasefire with these people? What the fuck are you talking about?
By the way, hate to say it, but Trump was right about pulling out of NATO. We should have done that. NATO's bad. What they're doing in Romania is insane. It's insane what they're doing.
What are they doing in Romania?
Romania's got this.
Preventing the leading candidates for prime minister from even running because they're anti-EU and want to
It's not just that. It's that the leading candidate, there's tangible evidence, which, by the way, Hammer was right, they didn't even submit it in court, or they didn't even submit the evidence. The leading candidate is like flat out funded by the Russian Ministry of Defense. Like, it's the evidence is out there, but they
just banned the next guy.
Yeah, no, like, so Hammer, if you look up all the groups that have been funding their campaigns, they're all Russian Ministry of Defense owned. But the thing is, instead of addressing the issue in a proper Western way and going, hey, here's the law, you cannot be funded by a foreign government. Like, in the United States, it would be illegal for, let's say I ran for president and the Russian government ran my campaign and completely funded me. That's what I'm saying. That would be against the law. Rather than Romania having a law and saying, hey, you can't be funded by a foreign government, they're just like, ban them from running.
They're also doing it because, I mean, the Russia thing I think is overblown and bullshit. I haven't seen anything about that on the second guy. Even the first guy, they didn't submit the evidence. But
I know the first one. I haven't seen the second one.
They're not towing the EU-NATO line.
What would be your alternative if they pulled out of NATO?
We don't need NATO. NATO needs us. We don't need them.
So what would be the alternative? Just be on your own? Just for the United States to be on their own?
Sure.
Yeah, without any allies, like.
I don't like that.
We can have allies. We just don't need to be in an organization.
You don't want to be in the clique.
Is moving away from our values, and that has Turkey. The fact that Turkey's in there is a disqualifier for me. Turkey, by the way, just canceled a NATO exercise with Israel all by themselves.
Echo the
even though they're going nuts in Turkey right now because Erdogan arrested the mayor of Istanbul, and he's pulling troops out of Syria to come defend him because he's worried about a coup.
Yeah. Echo the stuff with Israel. It's not like we're just giving them money. It's an exclusivity contract essentially where we give them a certain amount of money in the form of a credit system, and then they're required by law or by the agreement to spend it into the U.S. defense industry, and then they usually spend 3 to 5 times the amount within the defense industry.
Yeah, and Israel's just on the front lines of all of this. I mean, we're just the little demon, you know? It's
little Satan.
Working together. It's not like giving us money so we can go out and party, you know?
Oh, I think we've got somebody who's actually anti-Ukraine in the comments.
Yeah, dude declared zero expenditures and his campaign cost millions of dollars. Yeah.
I'm happy
mean-
to
I
drop.
mean, John
Thank you
Yeah.
for answering my questions and having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Healed. I appreciate it.
Definitely.
Have a good
You
night.
See you later.
Okay. Simone's not banned. Wait, Simone's not banned? I thought.
Simone's not banned.
What?
No, the other guy was banned, Goryeshu, and he there was clear proof that he was Russian backed.
Yeah, I
Because
know. I know that. What I was concerned was when I was reading over what was being presented as evidence. Like, the evidence was there, but what I saw officially presented as the official evidence, I didn't see the stuff that was already available that everyone could see.
When they presented the evidence, it was more about detailing where money came from, and he had an influx of a lot of cash, and that was the evidence they put forward.
It's not against the law.
Yeah,
That
that's.
is against the law.
I thought Romania didn't have a ban on being funded by a foreign
It's
backer.
it's that he did not declare the money. Like the money was just there. They didn't declare.
Well, what we're arguing is that like in America, if I run a campaign for president and I am funded by the Russian government, whether I declare it or not, it's pointless. If I am funded by a foreign government, that is against American law. And instead of just like going after, oh, well, he didn't declare the money, Romania should have a law that says you cannot be funded by a fucking foreign government and run it for a Ukrainian or Romanian political position.
Yeah, that's an
You're right.
election
It's a technicality.
violation. They shouldn't, even here, when Clinton got busted taking money from the Chinese and Obama was taking a bunch of foreign money, it's just an FEC violation. No one stopped them from being able to run for president.
Well, it's good that they had this technicality because guess what? He doesn't need to run for president.
Yeah, but again, well, there you go.
I don't understand how that affects veto though, because it's EU
You're
more.
thwarting the will of the people because it's the most popular
The will
party.
of the people.
It is the
He
will of the
literally-
people.
He literally was backed by Russians.
But that doesn't. But being
No, what-
backed by Russia doesn't
Alright,
always
first
happen.
What Hammer's saying is by banning him and not for like having a proper law to ban him for a legitimate reason other than just he didn't declare money. The problem is Russian propaganda is effective, and whether we like it or not, due to the Russian propaganda and Russian money, enough people support him. And when you are banning him for the wrong reasons, you are going against what the people want. Now, if you said, hey, tough shit, people, he violated the law because he was funded by a foreign government, it's not even just that he didn't declare it, then you've got a different argument. It's not, I'm just suppressing him for the sake of, I'm suppressing him and I'm trying to find an excuse. It's, no shit, you were funded by a foreign government, that's illegal.
Yeah, but I also don't believe that just because there's Russian propaganda, that those people don't have, and we don't have to agree with them, but they just don't support Ukraine. It doesn't have to be Russian propaganda. They just might not give a shit. People can come to different conclusions, and you shouldn't just ignore that.
But
And
it's also
say, well, your guy doesn't get to run because we don't like his position. That's crazy.
So Romania's had a lot of heavy Russian influence dating way back, especially with regards to like Moldova and Transnistria. Romania's been. Think of Romania as Ukraine if Yanukovych had not been voted out.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that means, and I don't care.
Oh.
I just don't get what you guys are getting because it was against the law what he did. They disqualified him from this running because of what he did, and I don't get where you guys are getting the fact that
It's
it was
disqualifying
law. It
candidates.
was law. It's not like they just said you can't run. because they
Disqualifying
didn't do it.
candidates. That's never happened in the United States of
But
America.
it doesn't matter. This is in Romania. We're focusing on Romania. It don't matter
Oh,
wherever else in the world. All right,
well,
it is
I
against
com-
their
well, I
law.
compared-
What he
I
did
compared
is
to
against their
us.
law.
That's the disconnect is, John. He's comparing it to like how the United States runs it.
Right, you know
Yeah,
why?
and that's fantastic.
'Cause I
Again,
want
we have
more-
different laws.
Because
At
I
the
want
same
more
time,
countries
they-
like us
What
and
Goryeshu
less
did was
countries
against
like
the law.
the EU.
Goryeshu did was against the law. They were able, by court, to ban him. That was it. They disqualified him from running now. It's not that he's lifetime banned. He is
That-
disqualified from this running.
Yeah, and I think that's insane.
Well, you know, it's unfortunately, fortunately enough for us, he fucked up on the law. It was against the law. It's not like they just said we don't like that guy. He's not going to be able to run. No,
Punishment
it
was in the
against
law.
Romanian law.
Banning him from the no, that wasn't part of the law.
What
That
he
was
did
extrajudicial.
and not declaring and having funneled money That was not declared.
It's
That is
ridiculous.
against
Well,
Romanian
that's
law.
because you're a little authoritarian coming out. You like that.
It was against the law, man. You can't let that be. Come on.
Being banned because you're against the law, that's ridiculous. You know what they should do?
You might as well,
Fix it.
be like Trump,
Fix
where
it.
30 billion on
Make him fix it. Make him return the money. Have a fine. Do something like that. But to prevent a guy altogether from running just because he's pro-Russia, it's insane. It's authoritarian. It's why the EU is garbage, and it's why I want to leave NATO.
They didn't ban him because he broke the law. I can provide several examples in which they broke several laws and were still allowed to maintain any level of legal presence or even physical presence in Romania. That's not why he was banned. It was entirely political. And actually,
Exactly.
we know, because Angela Merkel herself had chipped in on it, and this was before Romania had made any decision. Now, in regards to everything else, right now, the leader of Italy is turning around and basically saying, no, F NATO. But this is because NATO tries to bully its nations internally, and it's a poor choice. You shouldn't have to bully your nations into doing something because they want it. And that actually breeds more contempt for it. It's foolish to assume that these things go unchecked. Now, I like NATO. I think NATO is beneficial. However, NATO's behaviors have consequences, just as everything else in the world, and you can't expect everybody to play ball.
Oops, what are you wrong here?
I would also say I think it was Hammer that said this before about NATO not being like the U.S. should leave NATO. And that's a net wrong in my personal opinion, because who buys? Well, not anymore. But who buys American weapons? Who buys these things?
I agree. I agree that the NATO members tend to buy more American weapons, but that wouldn't be a contention, because people are still going to buy American weapons in those NATO countries because they are
Not
the
anymore.
best weapons.
Not anymore, man. Are you serious?
Really?
No, palliative, like literally, they're canceling orders on principle. They're intentionally,
They're idiots.
but no,
And
Hammer. That is a massive hit to the defense
and
industry.
you know what, Sam? The European Union countries do not have the capacity to manufacture at the rate that they think they're going to be buying. They just simply don't. They don't have the possibility.
They have the ability to ramp up factories and production, though.
Germany's
Not
completely
instantly.
industrializing their whole economy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, not instantly, Sam. Europe
It depends.
doesn't
No,
have
it
the
depends on
capacity
it depends on what the weapon asset is. Like
Drones, maybe.
for like airframes and like jets, they've got no problem ramping that up. For artillery pieces, like right now, Ukraine produced 150 self-propelled howitzers in the span of 1 year. Meanwhile, the entirety of the EU put out like 50 because they didn't have a focus on that, and they don't have a means to, at the current standpoint, ramp up production of those. But for like airframes, like for the Gripen and the Eurofighter, they could ramp that stuff up, no problem.
I'm telling you, over the course of everything you need to have an effective military, the EU does not have the capacity at all. Sorry, I hate to break it to you.
But the problem is they're willing to hurt our economy on principle.
They're coming back. They'll
Yeah,
come
but
back. They're virtue
a willingness does not mean that the UK will not do that. They'll say they'll do it, but I can tell you right now, Keir Starmer is not dumb enough, because not only will it affect the American industry, it'll detrimentally affect the British economy on a way unhitherto and unseen in modern British politics.
Cool.
Even
That's
worse
that's
than
what that's
COVID.
one country though. You've already got Australia
Wait,
trying.
wait,
You've
wait,
already got
wait.
Australia trying to cancel out of the submarine deal.
Yeah,
You've got multiple
that's
countries
Australia.
backing out of the F-35s, which we had sold. We had promised sales for over 900 of those, which was a massive boost in money. Which their orders are now being canceled. We've had a bunch of Abrams orders being canceled.
Rambling. They'll come back.
Yeah,
You can't guarantee that.
Sam, we can't guarantee it, but what we can do is notice the trend. Notice the trend of when stuff like this has happened before with the EU. When they need something and they threaten to cancel it on moral principles, it almost always, and I say almost always because there's like one exception in 1973, but almost always the EU turns around and the NATO nations turn around and they go, oh well, we can't sustain this, so guess our morals aren't
I
worth that
think
much.
they're.
They always
I
do
think
it.
they're. I think they're willing to do it this time because of things that we have done. Do you guys not know that we straight up hang on? Do you guys not know that we straight up told the UK's defense industry that they need to stay in line or else their planes may not take off and their missiles may not fly?
Yeah.
That
they
is a
deserve it.
huge thing. No, it doesn't matter whether they fucking deserve it or not. That is a huge thing where you go, fuck. If I don't align with them on something, where do they draw the line where they just go, well, your shit doesn't work anymore?
Sam, that was gonna happen either way. The problem is, I think the British deserve it, and I'll tell you why. Because they've been
That
so
was
fucking
not
weak.
going to happen either way.
But this is I'm nearly coaching that for some reason there. You're reminding me of my friend who I've had this discussion with. Sorry. Anyway, the problem that you're going to have with it either way is this is the kick up the arse that the British military have needed. I hope they do exactly what you say they're going to do, but I will be honest with you, our military...
I
other
didn't
than
say
the
they're going to
SAS
succeed. I didn't say they're going to succeed in it. I'm saying that on principle
Let me finish. In regards to our military, knowing people in it, I can tell you, other than the SAS, most of the leadership are the biggest capitulators in history.
Yeah, and I'm well aware of the bureaucratic bullshit and all the fuckery that goes on with the development of the Challenger 3 and the exchanging of different arms in different countries and the development of stuff. I understand that, but the problem is when the country says, I'm just not going to, you can buy all this shit from me, but I'm not going to even let it work anymore unless you do exactly what I tell you to, that's a problem.
You saw this happen with Switzerland did exactly the same thing when the invasion started from Russia. And what happened with the Swiss defense industry? It got fucking rammed because of exactly this.
But yeah, the Swiss is nowhere near equivalent
But
to
it doesn't matter. The variable
No,
here
it
is
doesn't.
Trump.
Wait. No,
The
no.
variable
it
here is
does-
Trump.
Excuse
and
me.
that's not gonna be
Excuse me.
differentiated.
No, we're not.
Excuse me.
We're not
Yes, it
talking.
does
No,
matter.
we're not talking about the capacity though. We're saying that they're doing it on principle, and they don't care about the capacity or the capabilities. On principle, they're doing it because they're not willing to risk that their shit just doesn't work one day.
Exactly. Imagine if they go to war with the U.S.
You give them way too much credit. They're doing it not on principle, but on politics. They don't care. This is the thing that you all seem to think. European Union does not care anywhere near as half as much as people speak about. Okay, the idea that the European Union is going to risk its own physical safety to any nth larger degree during any of this for Ukraine is laughable. Look at every single time.
This
Britain has
isn't
drawn
just
a red
about
line.
Ukraine. This isn't just about Ukraine. It's either I risk it myself and try and fucking fix this shit myself, or I risk it when my ally decides, fuck you, I don't want to help you anymore. My shit just stops working anyways. Now I've got a bunch of useless hunks of crap that do absolutely nothing, and I'm back at square one where I would have been a couple years ago had I said, let's unfuck our production.
Palliative, I don't get how you're having this kind of argument when it's clear as day.
Because I live here and I
I'm
know
sorry,
the
I
people
let
and
you
I
talk.
know the
I let you
politics.
talk.
And let him go.
In the end of the day, they're passing things in you. They're talking about doing this. They're pushing initiatives doing this. So at the end of the day, they're already started. It's already a thing. Trump has fucked the foreign policy, and Trump has fucked the defense industry now.
Right, I don't disagree that Trump has made some stupid ass fucking decisions, but here's the different thing that you guys really don't get because you are in America and you think that everybody has the resolve of the American
I'm
will
not
of
American.
people.
I'm not from America. I'm not from America. I'm from
Canada-
America, but I don't live there.
Okay. So wherever you're living now, if you lived in anywhere near Central Europe, and bearing in mind, I've looked at part of my degree, I look at thousands of debate. In fact, I'm doing a European Union induction course again today. As we speak, I'm about to go to one of them, and that's part of my university. And I can tell you, the European Union capitulates more than anything else in history. And they make these bold, grandiose threats. They pass these bills now constantly. But here's the thing. The European Union had a chance in the 70s to industrialize and to create a military. They didn't because of Germany. Okay? They aren't going to reverse that choice because they've put themselves in a logistic hellhole that is going to take decades of bureaucracy to sort out, figure out, and to abolish because of the way their own system works. So they either break their own rules, in which case they lose all credibility, and most of the smaller nations that join them will leave, which they have said, including Italy, or they play this game, and the reality behind it is this game is not going to win out for them. You guys are seriously thinking about this in the wrong way. The European Union has designed itself to make sure that that kind of military force can't be built up within it because of a fear of Germany. France put this in. Germany
history?
accepted it. This is where we are.
History, any way in here?
You guys seem fine arguing on your own.
Palladio, I think you're missing what I'm saying, though, is yes, I understand what has happened in the precedents from the past, but it has all been virtue signaling all around in the past. We haven't seen them actually in the past go, you know what, fuck this, we're actually just canceling the deal. We are actively seeing deals be canceled. We are actively seeing countries and parliaments voting on canceling further deals. We are seeing companies get massive investments right now, preparing to and already starting up, ramping up to make more factories to ramp up production, based on the principle of either I get my shit together now and I start manufacturing shit like I should have been years ago, which we all agree, or I wait 5 years till America fucking hates me, tells me to go fuck myself anyways, and then I'm back where I was 5 years ago.
Once again, it's a capacity versus needs issue. Will it cost Europe more money to stand this ground, or will it cost Europe more money to capitulate? The reality behind it is, I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't think Europe is entrenched enough within its own politics and with its own economy in order to withstand prolonged experts of this. They've already paid for a lot of this stuff. They're not going to stop the payment.
What costs more?
Think of it from an economic...
Here, hang on. What costs more? Spending the $900 billion now on F-35s and your hunky-dory, and 5 years later, America goes, fuck you, they don't work anymore, and then you have to start from square one and build your factory, spending billions there, and build the production line, and build everything up, and then still buy all the planes again to replace the F-35s, or just eliminate the F-35s from the equation and unfuck yourself right now, spend the billions on the factories and supply lines and everything, and just start right there. What costs, eliminate the F-35s. Someone just got kicked? Who just got removed?
Paladin. Unfortunately.
Oh. Sexual exploitation and gender-based violence.
What?
How? There's times when a live needs to be recorded.
What?
And
oh my God, moderate. Hang on, moderate just dropped hammer too.
Yo.
Wait, moderate, did you get hit? Palliative, stay down for 10 minutes.
Well, it looks like it's just us then.
Okay, I say I know we were talking about improving Europe, because of course we all want Europe to say fuck, U.S. has to learn their lesson about fucking with allies, but at the same time, over the past 2 years since the invasion started, of course in the beginning it was like 2014 where they weren't really taken seriously, but ever since, let's say, 2022, they've really been investing more in the defensive industry in Europe, and we've seen an increase in
It's a completely different account, but that shows how pathetic people are. Just because they disagree, they want to report.
But how did you get moderated for what you got moderated for?
People just report.
Because they're reporting me because they think I'm against Ukraine on this. But
no one thinks you're against Ukraine. No one who's been listening would have thought you're against Ukraine on that. All right. Good night, Golda. History. Do you get what I'm saying here?
About what?
Motherfucker, have you even been listening?
Yeah, but about what specifically? The loss has been brought up.
So what are your fucking thoughts on any of it? Weigh in, jackass.
I honestly couldn't tell you the exact sort of capacity of each EU country, or at least each major one, to be able to sort of fill a hole that's left by the Americans. So I can't really say. I feel like we're all talking in we're arguing over sort of heavy hypotheticals here. So.
What do you think about the logic of let's put it this way? Do I buy let's put it in terms of cars. Do I buy a bunch of Mercedes now? And I buy hundreds of thousands of Mercedes that in 5 years, Germany is going to tell me, go fuck yourself, they don't work anymore.
I agree with you.
Or do I just start the Toyota factory now and this is the first time we've actually seen, we've seen virtue signaling, but this is the first time we've seen actual deals be canceled.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's right that happens. I mean, why would you rely on America?
I think they should have done this years ago But the fact is, it's happening now because people don't trust the United States.
Nor
It's
should
not
they.
like it's not just that people don't trust the United States. The problem that we have is the way that the European Union is set up. This is why I personally have very little faith. The way the European Union is set up is to derive an ability to prevent a unified army from all states being unified, and that includes in production. The reason they set it up like this was the French were still ticked off about World War II. So when the original deal was proposed in the 50s to do a European style, I think it was 56, to do a European style joint sort of military force, they actually started creating legislation. This was during all like the crises and everything. Same reason Euro came out about as well. They actually started creating legislation to keep Germany in line. Now that legislation that keeps Germany in line was also the one thing that made like England really hesitant to join NATO, along with like the trades, communist unions,
You mean
and stuff
EU,
like that.
not NATO?
Yeah, EU.
Yeah,
Sorry, brain's fast.
I get
Anyway,
that.
so wait. So let me finish. If you go in right now and you go to the EU and you look at the laws that prevent specifically and explicitly countries from developing projects like this, they're going to have to do a lot of backpedaling, like both on the economy side of things to like take off inhibitors to nations like Greece and Italy's economy, because nations like Greece and Italy have been hit hard by these, preventing them from building up any stringent military force. And then you're going to have to also look at the fact that they want to combine and do joint exercise. Now, there's a prevention in the EU about this, which actually enabled certain countries to join because they thought, okay, it's not going to become like the Russian Soviet Union, where it's going to become like a supranational basis. It's already a supranational sort of governmental organization, but they don't want it to be like that on the military scale. So you're probably going to come into some real complications with countries like Italy, which are already saying that they don't want this.
Yeah,
It's not as straightforward as people think.
I'm not making it straightforward, nor am I saying it's straightforward. Palliative, I think you're missing the entire thing.
No, I get what you're
People,
saying. I'm
but
just
hang
saying
on,
that it's not
this
one
would
plus
not
one
have
less.
happened if Trump had decided not to be a fucking asshat. If Trump had not made our allies distrust us, I think this should have happened sooner, where the EU got their shit in gear. But now is the wrong time to do it because of the war in Ukraine going on, because of how much strain it's going to put on everyone. But the problem is, this wouldn't have happened if Trump hadn't behaved the way he had and made our allies distrust us. Nobody can trust us right now, rightfully so. There is absolutely no reason for a single U.S. ally that buys arms from us to fucking trust us, period.
I agree. Don't disagree on that. However, it's just the logistics of how likely it is.
They are willing to take the hit on that. They have already shown.
No,
Do you
they say
realize
this,
that
but
Palliative orders have already been replaced for Eurofighters? The orders have already been made. The F-35s have been canceled. The money has gone from F-35, fuck you, America. Here, Eurofighter.
Right, let's let it play out for more than a couple of weeks. I guarantee you, give it 2-3 months, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Because we're already seeing it
You
with Italy.
can't
We're already
guarantee
seeing it
that.
No, nobody can guarantee it. You can't guarantee that your proposition is going to
No, but what
uphold
I can
either.
say for a fact is we've seen more actual action than the virtue signaling that we've seen in the past.
Don't disagree. But once again, how much of that action is going to maintain itself? It's easy to make a stand when you think you can do it. When the real world hits against you, I'm not so sure.
There is no specific EU limitation that says they can't increase production or can't increase their armies. The only limitation is on deficit spending and also the amount of debt they're allowed to have.
So slightly incorrect. Pull up the exact thing. Sam, will you be live in like an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pull up
I'm
the
not gonna
exact
be here,
because I've
though.
got to go.
I gotta go.
Well, follow me on this account. I don't mind sending it to you. There's an exact bill that was put in, I believe, in the 70s. This was at a time in which Germany's economy was getting really strong again. France got really nervous, so they started imposing rules. This is why, if you look at Germany right now, the rules that govern its ability to trade and its ability to build weapons actually come directly from the European Union, because the European Union started with Germany and France. and it kind of started over poll. It was a bit complicated, but the rules are implicit in the way it functions. This is why countries like Greece have had an issue with it for a while.
I don't care. Trump has kind of fucked the defense industry in the U.S. right now.
Yeah, don't disagree. That's not the part I disagree about. I just don't know how long I don't know. I don't think it will have as long-reaching implications as you think it will.
Wait, Paladin, real quick. On the amount of, let's say, of course, each army has different needs, different wants, but there's a need for, as you saw with the defense industry in the U.S., it got screwed over in these past years because, of course, we've been focusing on different things. Right? We wanted to invest in items and kind of like let the, let's say, production of items wayside because we had such buildup from the Cold Wars, etc. And that's of course what happened because of Ukraine.
I can't hear you, dude. I can't.
Yeah,
hear
you're really quiet.
Because of
Sam,
Ukraine.
it's your mic.
Is this better now?
My mic? It wasn't
every
my.
time you
Yours
every
is
time
fine,
you
Sam.
every time you breathed heavily, he muffled.
So
it might be his phone.
Not sure that's how that works.
So real
It can
quick,
work with some people's mics.
so because of Ukraine and because of the bills passed, so like, of course, these fucking MAGA idiots, they want to say that Ukraine got all this money, but it's not true. A lot of that money, a great portion of that money was spent in the US.
Everyone here, everyone on the panel knows that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like, so that is they built up the defense industry because they needed to. So even the U.S. defense industry has gone to the wayside for the past few years because they're focused, not primarily on other things.
Our defense industry up until this point was actually pretty fine. Like we kind of just were, instead of paying for our own regularly scheduled replenishments, we were just using money for Ukraine to do it. Like our defense industry can ramp up like that if we need to. There's still random factories all over the United States that have a fucking cast for a shell in a closet that if the U.S. government says, hey, you make artillery shells now, the factory goes, okay, boss, got it.
But that's why, sorry, being bear. That's why you saw like a lot of different factories not online. The thing is, yes, they can ramp up 100%, but they're not going to. So the thing is, like, if you look at the EU and how much they produced in artillery shells, let's just say, last year, and compare to what the U.S. did, you have like what 500,000 last year from the U.S. and over 1.5 million from the EU.
Because we never ramped up production, and we're also one country.
Yeah, that's the point.
We didn't bother because we're not expending enough shells to need to ramp up production because we are required to maintain a certain level of shells, and we just toss stuff to the side when it's reached its expiration date.
But no, what I'm getting at is that when it comes down to the U.S. EU, they've been ramping up. They've been able to do this. There's no.
It just it depends on what industry it is. All right, Paladin, are you heading out?
Yeah, I'm literally on my scooter getting ready to go to uni.
All right, have fun at school, nerd.
See you later, dickhead.
I gotta head out too. Thank you for the chat.
All right. See you, John.
Bye.
Hello, Beck.
Hey Sam, how you doing?
Okay, what's on your mind?
Oh, I just wanted to come say hi, Slava Ukraini.
Oh, hello, Slava. Thank you.
Slava Ukraina, Chaim Shali. Are you good? What is going on with Ukraine?
What? Jose,
What
you
is
got
going
some
on
background noise. Okay, Jose, I'm just gonna drop you. Okay,
It's
what?
so fun when that happens, when people come up and like
They don't know they're up. What did you ask, Muse?
No, I asked him Slava Ukraina, but he couldn't tell me if he's actually releasing Ukraine. So, sorry.
If he's releasing Ukraine, what?
I asked him, Slava Ukraina. I asked him, are you releasing Ukraine? Are you fighting?
What does
But
releasing mean?
Yeah,
he just
what does releasing
Releasing
mean?
Ukraine.
Slava Ukraina.
No, you just
No,
you're just repeating the same thing.
Slava Ukraini means glory to Ukraine.
Yeah, it doesn't mean release Ukraine.
Yeah, it's glory to Ukraine. It's Slava Ukraini Heroyam Slava, which is glory to Ukraine, glory to the fighters, or glory to heroes.
Heroes.
And he had the music in the background.
No, that was Jose who had the music. Different person. Yeah.
That's all I came up to say, Sam, so I can drop if you want.
Oh, okay. Thanks for coming up, Beck.
I did send you a.
Oh fuck. Why do you say okay, I'll drop and then immediately start saying something else?
I've had that happen a few times.
Yeah, he said okay, you can drop me. So I went to drop him and then he immediately started talking as I clicked.
Okay, well, given there's not many people now, we can.
He dropped me. He dropped me.
I dropped you because you baited me. You said you were you baited me earlier.
Me? I don't.
I said come up if you were pro-Russian, and then you came up, turned on your camera, and said I'm pro-Ukraine.
I can't even. I don't even have a voice right now to say what I think.
Sent me a video. Don't know if you saw it. I don't go through my message requests often, Beck. I'm gonna have to do it again. Okay. Well, I'm gonna drop you again because I'm gonna try to get some opposition up here. I've had like almost no opposition this whole night, so I want to try and get some opposition up here. Okay. Thank you for coming up again, Muse. I had history. I had a interesting Zoom call this last evening with the American Ukrainian Coalition, and they had George Barros, one of the people from the Institute for the Study of War, and it was keeping people who are advocating for Ukraine with senators and congressmen. It was keeping them up to date on what's going on the battlefield, and a very, very in-depth analysis on the state of the Russian army and the state of the battlefield and the Ukrainian army. And it was really funny because it was basically a one-for-one repeat of everything I say on lives.
Okay.
It was a one-for-one. I was sitting there with Mickey in it, and I was like, dude, this is literally everything I say on a daily basis, from this AO to this AO to what's going on here, state of the Russian military here, artillery shells this, artillery barrel life this. It was a one-for-one. And I was like, yes, I am on par with the Institute for the Study of War.
Yeah, maybe they watch your lives.
Oh, God, no. This man works with people like John Spencer. This man's a fucking genius, specializing in, like, Russian doctrine.
So I'll be the opposition then for a time. Who were the Americans who were involved in planning the Ukrainian counteroffensive in, was it 2023?
They weren't. We leaked the plan. That's what happened.
Oh, was that 21-year-old?
What are you talking about? Which 21-year-old?
There was a 21-year-old who leaked a load of very, very important information on Discord.
No, not that. The Biden administration basically talked about the counteroffensive that was oncoming, which, like, it was kind of obvious that Ukraine was going to do a counteroffensive, and even Ukraine was like, yeah, we're gonna do something, but we ain't gonna tell you where, and we're not showing you where we're building our forces up. So and they had that big commercial thing where they were putting out commercials like,
yeah, I saw that, yeah,
because it was like, if you see troops moving, keep your goddamn mouth shut. But the Biden administration basically was like, yeah, they're gonna go for here. This is the main objective. If they're gonna do an offensive, it's right here. This is where they should go. And Ukraine's like, excuse me?
Well, wasn't it also that, like, America promised Ukraine a certain amount of equipment for the offensive that never materialized?
Yeah, it got way delayed. They were trying to plan for a counteroffensive with equipment that they had been promised, and when the original time for the offensive came, they canceled the original date and pushed it back because they didn't have the fucking equipment.
Right. Was there no one in America who was like, oh, we're screwing them here? I mean, in policy. Clearly not.
No idea. Actually, I think I was in Ukraine when that happened. I think I was in Ukraine for that fighting.
And I won't ever stop. It will never stop annoying me just how much Biden got completely taken in by Putin's World War III rhetoric.
Like, dude, honestly, if Biden had not told the Ukrainians to stop when they pushed Russia down to 10% control, there's a good chance they could have actually taken Crimea.
Why didn't they just ignore him? Why didn't they do what sort of Israel eventually did?
Because the Biden administration was so dead fast on, you're going to get nuked. And then later admitted, actually, we had no indication that was going to happen. Like, we gave them a matter of fact, if you keep going, he's going to nuke you. We know he's planning on doing it. And then later admitted, well, actually, we didn't even have proof. Turns out they hadn't even mobilized their nuclear arsenal.
Can you send me something about this?
I think it's in what's his name's book. Yeah, I'll have to find you some stuff on it. Yeah, we 100% fucked them. 100% fucked them. Dude, it was so bad. Ukraine was pushing them back so fast that the Russian forces in Crimea started digging trenches on the beach. Like they were expecting a full-scale beach invasion.
Yeah. Yes, I think I remember that actually.
Yeah, they were posting videos of all their trenches they dug.
Yeah.
What if those trenches are still there?
It just infuriates me that just all the wasted opportunities.
Yeah. Ukraine tried so fucking hard and they did so much fucking work. And for what?
Seriously.
Because Russia sits at 20% control of Ukrainian territory right now. So if you take 20 minus 8.7%, so that's a 11.3% gain in territory.
Yeah. Oh God.
11.3% in 3 years. And did you see? I don't know if I discussed it with you earlier. Did you see how long it took for Putin to violate the ceasefire today?
An hour.
Less than that.
So remind me again, why did Biden want them to stop?
Biden said Biden was convinced that Putin was going to nuke them.
He actually believed that. He wasn't just saying it.
The administration said that even though they didn't have, the end admittance was we didn't have evidence of it, but we believed it was going to happen. But what they told the Ukrainians was it's going to happen.
Right.
I think we would have seen basically the Ukrainians getting their shot at revenge for 2014. Because even in 2014, the Russians advanced and then they hit a fucking brick wall. They hit a brick wall and went, oh shit, we can't go anywhere now.
Well, the only reason they advanced so much in 2014 is because the Ukraine armed forces effectively ceased to exist.
Yeah, they were like, what do we do?
And then they regrouped and it was a different story.
Yeah. Can the EU fight Russia off? Yeah, absolutely. In the current state of the Russian armed forces, absolutely. I think there is a very strong case to be made that right now Poland could single-handedly take Russia.
Do you think?
I don't know. Ask the 400 plus Abrams that Poland just received.
Yeah. Finland would be good as well.
Oh, are we going to give a bunch of Finnish dudes drugs again?
Why not?
Just have them go skiing through the snow? It has to be on purpose. No way the Biden administration didn't know what they were doing. I mean, you could make a case for that, but I wholeheartedly believe that the Biden administration would have been stupid enough to believe Putin was just going to nuke them.
Do you think it was it Biden himself? Because let's face it, the guy was probably asleep. Or was it Blinken's idea? Was it Austin's idea?
Not a clue. The Commonwealth has 24 million soldiers and 100 million more on standby. Neat. Where the fuck is about? Dude, you've missed it. All we've had is a couple fucking philosophical bros tonight. That's it.
Boring.
Yeah, like fake philosophical bros. By the way, 3 of them. Every single one of them ended up being a blatant neo-Yahtzee.
Oh, how fun.
Shocker. I actually don't think you can say the Commonwealth has 24 million soldiers and 100 more on standby. I don't think you could say that, considering the polls that we've seen coming out of Europe and the UK, where a majority of people openly admit that they just fucking lay down their arms and roll over and die and surrender if something happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what to think about that because that was kind of the view, famously, like that was the view before the Second World War in Britain. But of course,
Times have changed.
We did fight.
But times have changed.
They have, but then like
It's not the same demographic makeup. It's not the same will of the
I know,
people. It's not the same.
there's lots of things that are different.
No one wants to go to war. IDF soldiers are not showing up. Well, that's not true.
Oh, that was, by the way, that was a big thing at the start of the Gaza war. There was this idea that do you remember, because there was a bit of a delay before they invaded. They stupidly delayed, but whatever. There was this idea that, and it was going around the pro-Palestinian social media, that they were too scared to go in and that they were deserting.
Yeah. Yeah, they were deserting so hard that I got told, fuck off, we don't need you, and I tried to volunteer to go fight.
Yeah.
They had hundreds of thousands of people report within 24 hours. Volunteering, send me to Gaza, please.
Yeah, reservists were turning up without even being called.
Yeah, they literally had to tell people to go home. Is this appeasement? Yep, this is what appeasement looks like. Not this time around. So cool. Ryan, what is your proof that IDF soldiers are just not showing up? I would love to see the source from some random fuck off website that says that IDF soldiers are just not showing up. Fuck. I need my next Red Bull. Hold on. Oh, God. Hang on. I gotta get my Red Bull.
What's up, history? What's the topic on?
Look up.
Look up. No, are you guys still talking about Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay, what about Ukraine specifically?
Anything really.
What'd you say?
Anything really.
Yeah, we were talking about Ukraine, but then some dude in the chat out of nowhere was like, people don't want war. IDF soldiers aren't even showing up anymore. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Aren't showing up to where?
Apparently, they're just... good question. They're just not showing up. Sam, don't guess? Bitch, what are you talking about in chat? But...
I feel like it doesn't matter which side you're on. The IDF is definitely showing up.
Yeah.
Well, you say that, but like...
Actually, yeah, you can't... You'd be surprised how many like people on the Palestinian side just say that the IDF is like...
My favorite one that they do, Sam. My favorite one they do is they'll share a photo of the airport in Israel at a busy time of year and be like, look, they're all fleeing. All the settlers are fleeing. They know they can't. They know it's not their land. They're leaving. It's like, yeah, they're going on holiday. They'll be back in 2 weeks.
Oh, or the guy that like posted a photo of no availability on tickets. He like, I think it was Christmas Eve. He posted a photo or screenshot where he tried to buy a ticket where basically he was trying to get on a plane in 5 hours to fly from Tel Aviv to New York. And he was like, look, there's no tickets left. It's because everyone's running. And it was like, you just tried to buy a plane ticket 5 hours before boarding on the same date on Christmas. Are you okay? No shit, there's no tickets. But my favorite thing is when the people on the Palestinian side will, in the same breath, say that the IDF is not showing up and they're all too scared to fight, but then also say the IDF is being mean. It's like,
I know. That's right. And there's a genocide going on. Innocent people are being slaughtered. Oh, but there's also the IDF.
We're
are losing
winning.
in battle.
Yeah, we're winning. Are you saying the IDF don't have a massive manpower problem? Yes, I am absolutely saying the IDF does not have a massive manpower problem, Ryan.
What are they basing this off of?
Feelings.
I guess so. But nobody's even arguing that the IDF does have a manpower problem.
The guy in the chat is.
Yeah, he's saying that.
Yeah, maybe we'll just invite him up here. Let's see if he can even give his source on this.
I'm like pretty left leaning. I'm pretty like moderate on this issue because I think it's too complex for I don't debate this because it's too complex. I'm not research enough. to debate.
I don't blame you. It's
Middle
also,
Eastern expert here.
it's also unrewarding.
Yeah, there's
Well,
Yeah, because I'm like pretty far on the left, right? So I have a lot of people come in my life who are just all over the spectrum, right? Just anti-Semites. I've had a lot of anti-Zionists who are not anti-Semitic, and then I'll have anti-Semitic people join, and then we'll just debate that one anti-Semitic guy, and just rip something for being
So Echo, the good majority of the anti-Zionist community though is cloaking anti-Semitism as anti-Zionism. It's not about the Jews, but then will immediately devolve into anti-Semitic rhetoric or conspiracy theories and blood libel that were used by the Germans and the Soviets, and then go, but it's not about the Jews, it's just about Zionists. Like, cool. So why did you you're using the same tropes used against Jews, but you're just switching the word Jew and Zionist. This is clearly about Jews.
Exactly.
Like,
Or
again, on the
alternatives.
left where I hear a lot of it. It's pretty obvious to see if someone's being anti-Semitic. I think because if they're just saying the word Zionist, but everything they're saying is clearly anti-Semitic tropes and
Yeah,
just things that aren't happening. It's obvious. Like you could tell. You could tell.
I say another thing you get is just sort of like the most uneven sort of enforcement of standards. So people say like, oh well, I don't think that there should be like a country. There shouldn't be a Jewish country because no country should have an official religion. It's like, and so they'll condemn Israel for that, but just have no issue whatsoever with the. Well, whatever. It doesn't. However many like Pakistan, like however many Islamic states there are that have Islam as the official religion, or I mean, like the United Kingdom has an official religion. It's officially a Protestant country. Just don't care about that. It's only.
Oh
only
my
evil when it's
God!
well done.
I figured it out. Hang on, I figured it out. He just said Ynet. So the Ynet thing is saying there's a 30% drop in reservists compared to the hundreds of thousands that showed up at the beginning of the war. There's a 30% drop in the hundreds of thousands that showed up, which means they still have a surplus of hundreds of thousands.
Also, it's just a drop in the reserves.
It says the ultra orthodox are not enlisting. No shit.
Yeah.
Like they never have. And reserve enlist is the burden on reservists is increasing and the percentage of reservist enlistments is falling. Reserve officers and commanders report a 30% drop in total numbers.
Wait, so people who are going to, like, there's a war going on, right? So if you're gonna go and sign up, you're probably not gonna sign up for the reserves, right? I could be wrong, but wouldn't you move the reservists to active duty?
Yeah, but you rotate them, and like different people will sort of serve different lengths of time in the reserve. So if they've got a shortage at the moment, that's not because it probably wouldn't be because people aren't willing to do it. It's just because it's just more a logistical thing. Like people are working, people are looking after their family, whatever, after a year and a half of war. So they need to sort of rebalance the schedules properly.
Yeah, that just makes sense logistically. Like, you're gonna have a drop in reserves during wartime.
Yeah, all this is describing is they react. This is literally describing that they had a massive surplus of people, didn't know what to do, created a bunch of units that didn't previously exist, and now some of those units can't fill their quotas because they were made with inflated numbers to begin with.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, my train's here. I gotta go.
Oh.
Talking to you guys.
All right,
Have fun.
bye.
See you.
Yeah, that's not a shortage. That's a shortage of, that's like saying, hey, I've got 100% of my people, and then a war kicks off, and I go, I have 1,000% of my people, and then I get a 30% drop. It's
Also,
like,
there's the sort of the what do you call it? Like the claim, and then sort of like the
my man,
the
I'm
overall-
reading. You're telling me I'm lying? I'm reading it right now.
You've got sort of like the what's it like the text of the claim, and then sort of like what's behind it. And what's behind his claim is that Israelis are unwilling to serve and fight, which is not true. You there?
Yeah, hang on. Oh, get this too. This is turning reservists into contractors. Apparently, the bunch of dudes have gone from reservist dude. They're like, I'll just be a contractor, and they're still doing the fight. They're still doing the job. They're just not serving now. This isn't people just not showing up to fight and unwillingness to fight.
They called them TikTok soldiers at the beginning. They were too scared to invade Gaza because they were TikTok soldiers.
Yeah, all this is describing is what happens when you get overinflated numbers, and then those overinflated numbers drop back a little bit.
Well, you can tell the guy. You can tell him. Well, if there's a drop in reserves, then let's see if that impacts the airstrikes on Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, the death toll should be like going lower now, shouldn't it? Also, apparently one of the contributing factors is a lot of the reservists are complaining, hey, if I sign up to be a reservist again, I don't want some bitch duty. I want to go do things. Okay. That's literally them saying, I would rather fight than be a bitch on guard duty.
Yeah. Did you follow what's going on in Turkey, by the way?
Oh, the concerns of a coup?
No protests, but loads of fake videos were going around on Twitter.
About?
Well, they say Erdogan arrested an opposition figure and there were big protests.
What were the fake videos, though? Were they just fake protests from other regions?
Yeah, they were protests from other countries.
So, like, hey, why didn't you just show the actual protest rather than... Oh, Russia claimed to have shot down another F-16 today with zero proof. Let's see. Russian airfield was hit. Dope. Houthis put out another music video. Someone made fun of them with the fake Top Gun music. Steven Crowder thinks he knows about Ukraine now. Massive Russian ammo depot hit in Ukrainian territory as well. Steven Crowder going over the JFK files. That should be interesting.
By the way, sort of widely believing conspiracy theories is like the ultimate sign you're becoming a third world country.
People believed in conspiracy theories here for years.
No, I know. I said widely believing it.
Oh.
Don't be a pro-pally.
Oh, I thought you said, why do you believe it? I think it has mammoth problem.
And by the way, you know perfectly well, like with the sort of JFK stuff.
Mhm.
If it doesn't mention what they want it to say, they'll say, there's still something being covered up.
Not saying they afraid. Don't make up stuff, dude. You lose credibility.
Stop by comments.
No, I'm just reading it out loud because I think that one was addressed to you. What he said, Ryan, was the implication of your comment was that they're not coming to fight because they have no will or they're too afraid, which is a pro-Pally narrative. Did you have to learn Ukrainian? No, I used a fucking interpreter because Ukrainian's fucking hard to learn. Oh, hi Vika. I didn't see you in chat there. Fuck.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello, Alex. What's up?
So, given that it took Russia, 9 months to take Bakhmut, when they had an army that actually had Spetsnaz, and they actually had
11.
11 months, right? I think Bakhmut was the 58th largest city in Ukraine. Militarily, it's probably maybe more for you. How long would it take them with some now rusted T-55s and T-72As to try and take Estonia?
Well, to take Estonia? Doesn't Estonia still have like one of the largest set of unless I'm thinking of someone else, the largest set of like entrenched guns buried into the fucking mountains and hills ever?
I think it might be someone else, but Estonia, that would be Article 5 if they attack Estonia.
No, because Article 5 still requires all members to unanimously vote. There's a very high likelihood that the United States would vote no. You can't guarantee Article 5.
And even then, it's not sort of compulsory of what to do, what they actually have to give. They just have to say yes, we support you, right? So even then, like I said, let's assume a European worst case scenario, where the US votes no, Russia decides they're going to try and take Estonia. They send in their rusted T-55s. What happens?
I don't think they would.
Polls.
I think they'd build up for a few years before they do that, just like they did with Ukraine.
But do you think they would be able to? So I think it was Estonian intelligence came out, said they can make 200 T90Ms a year.
They can't.
Right? They can't. You think it's
Institute for the Study of War has done some deep dive analysis on it. If you actually look at Russian production numbers, they lie. They say that a bunch of their refurbished tanks are brand new, and they say that a bunch of their other shit that's not coming off the line is a refurbished tank. They just flat out lie about numbers. We've seen that they can't function properly. They only have one functioning tank factory right now. And we've seen that the smog rate over that city is down 40%. Like, they are not pushing out tanks. The Russian Ministry of Defense openly admitted for the first time that they can't even keep up with the production of APCs.
Well, they switched to BMP2s, didn't they? Because they were BMP3s.
Oh shit! There's someone in Twitch chat I didn't see. Sorry. Yeah, no, they can't keep up with, like, right now what they're doing to create new APCs is dudes are literally ghetto rigging T-72 holes with no turret and just fucking welding sheets of steel on them.
You'd know all about ghetto rigging.
Goddamn right I would.
So, what do you think their actual? I mean, I appreciate most of the tanks they're making, right? Let's use tanks. It's probably the easiest the best numbers we have, right? So I think the numbers I was reading was something like 800 refurbished tanks per year originally, although they're going to come to the end of their stockpiles for that. Probably by the end of this year, they're going to run out of stockpiles of old tanks, and supposedly 200 T90Ms new tanks. What do you think the new tank number really is?
We haven't even seen them actually producing new T90s. We haven't seen it at all. We've seen zero proof of it. We saw a couple roll off the line at the beginning of the war. But they've now pulled the T90s. The T90s haven't been spotted on the front line in months. Probably almost like a year. They don't have T90s on the front anymore. So if they're pumping out that many T90s, where the fuck are they? Like right now, again, the most common tank on the Russian front line right now is a T-62 from 1961. So where the fuck are all these T-90s that they're supposedly rolling out? Where are all these T-72s? All they have is a bunch of T-72s with no turret that they're welding a fucking box on top of, and a bunch of T-62s, and occasionally a functioning T-72. Like,
going back to the Article 5 thing,
Mhm.
does it actually make a difference if America doesn't join, assuming everyone else does? Because pretty much every other country is committed to upholding Article 5.
if we want to be a stick in the mud and actually vote no, Article 5 does not get invoked, meaning certain powers and rules that go in place with like industrial. It's kind of like martial law, like where you have certain abilities and powers that you wouldn't normally have
I
without.
understand, but that only applies to sort of America dealing with itself. So there would still be a response from Poland, particularly, Germany, France, Britain, Finland. The big military players. So even if America didn't join, that's still a big challenge for Russia. And also, aren't there? I'm pretty sure there are British. Is it British troops in Estonia or the British troops in Latvia? I think they're in Estonia.
I don't remember. It's one of the
French,
two.
There's some French troops in one of them
Also,
as well.
also, I've been looking at this over the last few days, and I was really happy to see that a guy from the Institute for the Study of War talked about this earlier in the meeting. Okay, so Bakhmut took 11 months. We've already seen the attacks on Pokrovsk have almost entirely stalled out, and we've seen many of the units that were here on the Russian side. They are no longer attacking. They have been pulled back, and without even having time to replenish, have now immediately been redeployed in the Touretsk region. Now, we've also seen that Russia may want to take a stab at some cities up here. We've got Sloviansk, Kramatorsk, Druskivka, and fuck, I can't remember how to pronounce this one. Kostiantynivka. Fuck. Yeah, these cities are all larger than Bakhmut, and they're all connected. Like, they literally are all connected. Like, even in the areas where the largest gap is, dude, like, if Russia wants to take, let's say Russia pushed entirely right up to this line right here, it would take them years to get by all of these cities. They would have to come from the south or come from the north and completely surround them, but they've got mountains to the north that they're going to deal with. The Russian troops are fucking awful at fighting in mountains, as we've seen even in this war and the Afghan war. And then they've got to come from the south, which means multiple bodies of water that they're going to have to cross, which are already fucking death zones for them. And they can't even get around Pokrovsk. So I don't see them trying to invade any country, period, until like a decade after whenever the fuck this current war ends.
But even then, they need to build up their army, and they've
Yeah.
spent the Soviet arsenal, right? They had something like, I think Soviets had 64,000 tanks at its peak.
Oh, it's
and they've
yeah.
spent everything, right?
Those are gone. So,
Yeah.
so when this war started, based on open source intelligence satellite imagery, Russia had a little over 15,000 tanks in active duty and reserve and maintenance depots. Like, if you looked at every single base that held Russian tanks and looked at all the formation of where the tanks were, they had about 15,000. We have fully documented over 10,000 Russian tanks being destroyed now, or destroyed or captured.
I mean, Oryx would probably say it's less than that, but then
No, it's minus RS. It says it's more. Oryx, if you go through all of it, including the unknown type, yeah, we're sitting at over 10,000. Granted, because Oryx is also counting the ones that have been captured too. It's dude, it's fucked. It's really, really fucked. Like, if you were to tell me 4 years ago that Russia was going to be almost entirely out of tanks, like they were going to invade a country right on their border and almost run out of tanks entirely, I would call you fucking stupid.
yeah, I mean that would, but everyone agreed, 3 days to keep, right? So, I mean, I think those numbers sound optimistic to me, but I'll run with them. Right? So I think the idea is that with those, since Russia will start running out of entire weapons classes by the end of this year.
We've already seen that with the self-propelled howitzers and the artillery just howitzer cannons in general. We've seen that Russia could not produce barrels and replacements fast enough to where they've had to rely on the North Korean variants. And fuck, they may run out of people before then too. And I don't mean like there's not physically enough people in Russia to fight. That will never be a problem. But the people you can pull from without damaging your economy and having people have a fucking uprising. Right now, Russia's at like a 1.8% unemployment rating, which means that every single able-bodied, person right now is actively employed or involved in the war effort. They've done 5 waves of conscription right now, up to 300,000 on 300,000 personnel on a couple of them. So if they do another massive conscription wave, who do you pull from? Who do you pull from without massively hindering the workforce? And then let's say you got to do it again. Okay, how much of a hit is your economy going to take? Well, that doesn't even matter because we've already seen that. What is it? If you just take the publicly available, this is just the public part, the publicly available obituaries for Russian soldiers since this war started, not including the 50,000 deaths that Wagner had, not including the thousands of deaths that the North Koreans have had, just publicly available Russian regular soldier obituaries, they're at about 280,000. It's over 250,000. And that doesn't even count all the people that Russia just doesn't declare as KIA because they just don't have a fucking body. Because those people all get declared as MIA. So we're looking at hundreds of thousands of dead Russian soldiers, hundreds of thousands of people being conscripted, and almost nobody to pull from left. When do you start pulling from Moscow and St. Petersburg?
One second. Slight sidetrack. Speaking of a number of KIA,
I don't know if you saw it, but one of the big pro-Pally influencers was saying that Israel's hiding the real number of casualties in Gaza, and they've lost 15,000 soldiers.
Oh, cool. So it's proportional then. Good.
That was a big account, by the way, that said that.
Who was it?
That idiot. It was that idiot who moderate debated.
Ask the doc.
No, on Al Jazeera.
Oh.
Mehdi Hassan.
What do you say, Alex?
Is it Mehdi Hassan?
No. If only he debated him, but I wouldn't want him in the same room as him. He might get infected. No, it was some girl on TikTok who's got a load of followers.
Source, trust me, bro.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like my big thing though is
go back to the Russian numbers. Did you see McGregor's that retard? I'm sorry, I can't say that. Oops.
I will. In the most insulting way possible.
I mean, that is the only word to describe him. He reckons, what was it, 80,000? I think he said 80,000 Russian casualties and 1.2 million Ukrainian casualties. Have you seen that video?
Yeah, he also said that. Yeah, he said that multiple times, and somehow his number hasn't changed. But he's the same one that's the ground zero source for the Ukraine selling weapons to the cartels. He said the other day that Russia had 200,000 soldiers that they were building up on the border, ready for a massive offensive. And it was like the offensive's coming in the next 5 days, and it never fucking happened. Because no shit, he's just a liar.
It does reflect badly on you that your armed forces promoted him to the rank of colonel.
Hey man, old people say the darndest things.
How the hell was he allowed near any serious rank?
Hey, don't you make fun of a man in mental decline in old age? Would you make fun of Joe Biden for that? Here's the thing. I think McGregor is the equivalent of Joe Biden for Russia. They're like, oh my God, we've got this American who actually used to know things. Let's take him. And then they're like, oh, fuck, he doesn't know anything anymore. But let's run with it.
At least Joe Biden, like in his reduced mental state, said some entertaining things. Like McGregor just says terrible things. Like what was it? Yeah, Biden forgot like Lloyd Austin's name, so he just referred to him as the black guy. That was funny.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. The black guy. Oh my God. But yeah, for Russia though, it's like, do they run out of people first, or do they run out of equipment? Because yeah, but here's the thing: we know they're not going to run out of like able-bodied people to throw into the grinder. But if they pull enough people and they fuck their economy even worse than it already is, which we know it's fucked based on a multitude of factors, at what point do they have to start conscripting from Moscow and St. Petersburg? Because they haven't touched those fucking cities. Because historically speaking, every single time, whatever various form of the Russian Empire has existed, every single time they have conscripted from Moscow and St. Petersburg, they have fucking crumbled and society has revolted.
Did they not do that?
They did from the nightclub in Moscow. They recruited that. Remember, they raided the nightclub.
Oh yeah, but that was a bunch of gay people that they didn't think were people.
So the old joke is the only things Russians love is misery and vodka.
I like that one.
And you know the Russians have three.
Oh my God! What if they run out of vodka?
Then you'll definitely be uprising. That's it. You hit the vodka factories in Russia.
Oh my God! Why didn't we think of that? Why are we going for the alcohol factories?
Don't go for the fuel.
Actually, to Hannah saying in the comments, they will release more prisoners before anything. Hannah, they've actually recruited so many prisoners that 5 Russian prisons have entirely closed down because they didn't have enough prisoners. That's not a joke. 5 Russian prisons who used to hold tens of thousands of inmates have now entirely closed because they did not have enough inmates left. Continue, Alex.
So my very quick analysis here is Russia tends to have 3 things going for it, right? One is general winter, which helped them win World War II against Napoleon. That doesn't really apply here because Ukrainians are used to winter and they don't have the long supply lines that the Napoleons
And
and the Germans had. Right?
the Ukrainians are willing to assault in the winter and hold down in the spring when everything gets muddy. The Russians kind of like,
Let him run.
yeah.
Let him run.
I know I'm agreeing
So,
with
yes, I
them.
think that part, I think we all agree is
Yeah.
null and void for the Russians. That's been generally one of their biggest advantages. Two is the Soviet arsenal, the 60,000 plus tanks they had at the height, and the massive amount of artillery and ammunition they had. They spent it all, right? They spent what, 12 million artillery shells.
Yeah, they're
last year,
going
and
through
they're
shells like nobody's fucking business to the point where they're reliant on North Korea, and those shells aren't even working properly.
They got the 1970s North Korean guns. I mean, you're pretty friggin' desperate if you have to sort of rely.
Dude, they were issuing Mosins at the beginning of the war.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't see that? A lot of the conscript units were straight up getting issued Mosins.
Well, they were lucky to even get guns.
I think some got sticks. So,
Yeah.
So they've basically run out of that, and they'll probably by the end of this year largely run out of the sort of Soviet gift of weapons and material. So the third thing is their ability to take pain, and the Russians do have this ability to continuously take pain. Right?
They do.
Run their economy and run their society in a way.
we just, it's like, I don't like this, but I'll tolerate it.
Хорошо, let's go forward, right? So I think that's the sort of the third thing we need to sort of keep in mind, that whereas a Western country would, or most countries would basically fall by this point and give in, the Russians are happy just to sort of send people to slaughter, and that's been their military doctrine since they were fighting the Swedes 300-400 years ago.
Which is interesting because the modern small unit squad style tactics. Do you know who started that?
Them.
Yeah, the Russians in World War II. Small unit tactics were developed by the Russians in World War II, but they immediately because the Germans were basing their small unit tactics around the machine gunner. The entire platoon was based around the machine gunner, support the machine gun. The Russians went, that's stupid. The machine gun should support us. And it worked for a little bit. But the second it failed, they went, nope, this is stupid. Back to our old strategy. And the West was like, well, hold on. Let's try this. But like Russia could have done that, but they didn't. They've, like you said, they're back to just fucking meat waves because it's always worked. Let's keep doing it.
Yeah, it goes back to sort of how they lost Crimea, right? Their logistics just fell apart, and the British and French logistics was so much better. They just ran out of men and ran out of material to keep fighting, and that's sort of the Russian way, and it has been, it's been effective for several hundred years by just sending so many men and material across the border to fight that you just overwhelm the enemy. So it always tends to be a battle of attrition until they just run out of men, as you're saying, or run out of material, which they probably will do. So the question is, which one they run out of first?
Yeah, but it also points out just a nice sort of historical fact that the Crimea. Yeah, you're right about the logistics in the Crimea. It's that every side, the British and the French logistics, were also terrible. They just weren't quite as bad as the Russian ones.
Yeah,
it was
I mean, it was just a
appalling
war
on
of
all
just
sides.
Back when the sun didn't set on the Empire.
The Empire was just getting off the ground then.
Yeah. By the way,
it was post-East India Company.
How does this sound?
So,
Yeah, I thought that's what it was. Can you shut up with that?
Sorry, I was looking at it and then I noticed that it was dry, and I had to lubricate it.
Fantastic.
that might be my point to leave.
I'll drop down. Me too. Me too. I think I'm going to leave you alone.
You bet. It's okay. The lube's closed now. We're good.
Definitely my time to leave.
Oh, you're upset that the lube's closed? Should I open it back up for you?
Okay, gone. I'm gone. I'm out the window.
Oh, come on. Wait, did you roll down the window first?
Well, obviously.
Oh, are you really leaving me?
I am. Bye-bye.
Oh, bastard. Okay. Okay, do I have any opposition yet? Like, seriously, I haven't really had any real opposition the whole night. So it hasn't... So we're already making our way back via Trump and being king. Yeah, good luck with that one, Hannah. No. Okay. Do we have any opposition? Muse, you didn't say anything, though. You said you were pro-Ukraine. If you're pro-Ukraine, then you're not opposition. I don't want fake opposition. I want someone that is actually against Ukraine. Can Russia ever be conquered? I mean, fucking probably, but no one wants to conquer it. Toy didn't let me speak. I'm Israeli, but okay. Wait, what are you, Muse? What are you talking about? I'm so confused. Food poisoning last night. I'd come in. I'm pro-Ukraine, but pro-ceasefire. Hey, we'll see you tomorrow night if the food poisoning's not hurting you. Hello, Oscar. You didn't let me speak. Muse, you came up and said you were pro-Ukraine. That was the first thing you said was you were pro-Ukraine. If you stand with Ukraine, you can always stand up to fight. Hello, my body armor from when I was in Ukraine. Not the gotcha you think it is, Woodcutter. Muse, I'm just confused. You said I'm looking for people who are not pro-Ukraine, but you said you were pro-Ukraine. Then go back. Ah, so it's shifted from we'll go sign up to well then go back. You didn't get the gotcha moment you think you did, huh? Also here, let's look at this one too. Hey, look, there's a Ukrainian Ministry of Defense article talking about former NATO troops going over to Ukraine voluntarily to train soldiers on the front lines. And hey, look, there's me right there on the cover photo. I don't support any war. Okay, so you're just going to run away from that you got called on your bullshit. All right. Good for you, Woodcutter. I would also like the war to end. It's all good, bruh. I speak... Muse, I'm just confused. No, I know a couple things in Russian, like telling people to surrender and stuff for the purposes of combat, but that's about it. What does speaking Russian have to do with whether you support Ukraine or not, though? My Russian friends in Israel tell me there's a lot of propaganda, but I've never seen any of it. Propaganda for what? Because there definitely is. I don't know you want to mention it. I never mentioned you speaking Russian. You were the one that said you spoke Russian. No one ever brought it up until you did. I don't give a shit if someone speaks Russian. Do you like Chosen Company? Yeah, I've got a bunch of friends in Chosen Company. Of the Russian against Ukraine? Yeah, in Israel, I don't think the propaganda is as prevalent, but it definitely is in other nations. It definitely is more prominent in other countries, like in America. Four Eyes? I don't know anyone by that call sign. Like what? What are the arguments? It's just the same ones that are classically used. And it's like the NATO expansion, the bioweapons labs that were making genetically modified mosquitoes and all that crap. It's Yahtzees. It's all the classic propaganda. Do you think what Ukraine did in Donbass is justified? You mean the stuff that Russia claims they did? Fake vet Sam, who's never seen combat. Cool, the missiles that landed around me were just fake. Hey, Free Gaza, how come you still haven't proven that I'm a fake vet? I just finished a 3-day trip and also got a couple days here in Kyiv. Got a... Yeah. Oh, okay, Oscar. True classic. Yeah. In Europe, we have some Russian BS on the right too, just not at all as in the U.S. Fair enough. First casualty of war is the truth. Okay, Woodcutter. Then go add some anti-NATO propaganda on stickers and stuff for payment sometimes. What? Diplomatic briefing with the ambassador to Iceland. Oh, nice, Oscar. Where is your proof of being hit with missiles? I'm sorry. Am I supposed to like have taken shrapnel directly to my body and then taken that shrapnel out to where I can go, look, I was hit by a missile, and then you'll sit here and go, no, that's fake. Body cam? I mean, I've got photos of the building that I was right next to. What, like the photos of the damage of the building. Thanks for the vids on Benjamin. Yeah, that was that was me that made the videos on Ben. Yes, they found a Russian paying people through Telegram to send anti-NATO propaganda. Oh, of course. You should have posted it on TikTok, obviously. I mean, I did post videos of one of the nights when I had a lot of the stuff impacting really close to us. By the AFUQ and the MFA on a pretty high level yesterday. Oh, very nice, Oscar. You can be pro-Ukraine, but also want a ceasefire and this to de-escalate. Yeah, the problem, Ryozaki, is that a ceasefire with Russia doesn't work. Watch your YouTube right now and saw you were live on TikTok. Oh, nice. Dope. Oh God, it's this guy. He's just been going around to all the other lives. Hello?
Hi.
Hello,
How are
what's
you?
up? What's up?
Fine. Just one question. Are you live on TikTok or also on other social media platforms?
Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube all at the same time.
Okay. Well, here's one topic. You
Mhm.
say that you stand with Ukraine. You
Mhm.
stand with Palestine too. Is
No.
Palestine the same as Ukraine?
No.
So you're just a hypocrite.
No.
Then you're a hypocrite.
No.
Yes, 100%.
Uh,
Because
Israel and
the fact-
Ukraine are both sovereign nations, allies of the West, holding Western ideology and belief systems that were invaded by outside entities and had the sovereignty of their borders violated by outside genocidal maniacs who want to wipe their people out. It's just that Russia has more weapons than Hamas did. Yes. Russia just happens to have more weapons than Hamas did. But also, Russia openly admitted to funding, training, and arming Hamas for October 7th. So why would I support Palestine, but then why would I support Ukraine, but then also support Russia, the group that Russia trains and openly funds and works with, which is also allied with the IRGC, who is openly against Israel and stuff? Like, this is a no-brainer.
Ukrainians are fighting against the oppressor. And it all started before
You
October
mean against themselves? Because the Palestinians are the only people that have oppressed themselves.
No, Hamas is an
Oh, and he's gone? That wasn't me. Okay. Dude, the U.S. has done that to 30 plus countries. Okay. Cool story. Do you see me defending that? When have I talked about, like, when have you seen me defending the U.S. invading other countries? Also, name me the last time the United States invaded a neighbor and just annexed them. Have you told me that Russia appointed prostitutes as politicians so they become rich? I don't know about that. Hello again, Beck. You kind of did when you went on about Western values. How is talking about Western values the equivalent of talking about invading and annexing other countries? What in the fuck? Texas? Yeah, I'm in Texas. These people are trying to make us be as bad as them. Yeah, they are. Why is it every time I talk about Ukraine, the fucking pro-Palestinians have to make every single fucking conflict about them? There's other wars going on in this fucking world. There are people that are suffering far more than the fucking Palestinians. Nobody gives a shit. The U.S. has invaded and annexed more countries than Russia ever has. Really? Let's see. Where is that fucking post? Scroll, scroll, scroll. I retweet way too much shit. Let's just look at like just the last century. This is just the last century. Interesting. And Free Gaza, why are you pivoting to the United States when we're talking about Russia? We're talking about Russia. Why do you have to pivot to the United States?
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to thank you that you're doing this job because for English speakers, it's not Ukraine, I think, like the most popular topic. And in the US, because mostly US people don't know where is like continent and Europe and Ukraine. I'm a student of political science and international relations. I'm from Czech Republic.
Oh, okay.
The short list of the countries who was invaded by the Russia, there was mentioned the Czechoslovakia also in 1968 when the Warsaw Pact invaded our country. So that's, I think, important to see that Russia are aggressor. And you was asking why pro-Palestinian people are saying that Palestinian suffering.
Oh well, I know why. I know why, because they're subject to the same classic Russian Soviet propaganda, and they pull the whole "oh, I'm the oppressed victim" when like you're the one that started something. It's the classic shit of like when Russia starts something and then claims that they're the ones who had no choice because they were being attacked in some virtue signaling bullshit way. So we had to attack first because they were being mean to us. Like we had to go in and slaughter people, Jews on October 7th because, you know, they were being mean to us. So we're totally justified in our actions, or we're totally justified in our invasion of Ukraine. Like, it's the same classic Soviet bullshit propaganda that they've always done. And the Arab Muslim world has been tied into that since the early 60s when Russia started getting involved with the Arab Muslim countries of the Middle East.
Yeah, and also the Soviet Union support Arabic and terrorist groups on the Middle
Hamas,
East.
Hezbollah.
Yeah, and also because after we were suffering from the 40 years communist oppression in totality in Czechoslovakia, we also trained the I forgot how to say in English the terrorist group, but it's the Army of Liberating Palestine. But we sent them the Semtex. And the operatives of STB, which was like secret police in Czechoslovakia, they trained them how to use it against Israel.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do topics like this, or I've been doing lives on Ukraine for years. Because not enough people talk about it, and Americans are topical, and as soon as it leaves the fucking headlines, they hear about something else, they go, oh, Completely forgot about it. Doesn't matter to me anymore.
Hi.
Hello. Hello, Oscar.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was saying I've been with a delegation from like our Minister of like Foreign Affairs coming to Ukraine from my country, Iceland. I mean, I know that we're very small, but we have a very big voice. Nonetheless, we have a vote in NATO. We're a founding member of NATO. We're in the European Council. We lead the Human Rights Rights Council, like the Chief Justice there is Icelandic. So there's a lot of like Icelandic people in the right roles when it comes to dealing with war crimes and a lot of other things. So I was with like this delegation for the past week or so, and they brought over like a group of journalists here to Ukraine, and we went to different places. And because we were on like, you know, this kind of high level diplomatic mission, we were able to get access to a bunch of high level diplomatic places, like, you know, the deputy chief of foreign affairs and the foreign affairs minister would have met us, but he couldn't. But so we got like this really good briefing on what the situation on both on background and like that on the record and also on background and one thing that I can say actually, which was on the record, is that now Ukraine, their defense industry has grown like, I don't know, 35 times in the past 2 years.
Oh yeah, they pumped out more self-propelled howitzers in 1 year than the entirety of the EU.
Yeah, it's crazy, and like also because the needs of the war have changed from actually howitzers and artillery and you know, mortars and stuff like that to drones. They went from like, I think, producing 800,000 drones in 23 to now producing 2.5 million estimated in 25, and that is including all the other drones. So that's like the FPVs with the fiber optics also, and also all the way up to the long range drones. And they just successfully tested the 3,000 kilometer one, which is fucking crazy. And also not only the I mean, they have the Vampire drone, which is like this octocopter, like Baba Yaga, I think it's called in Russian. And that drone is Ukrainian made, Ukrainian tech. Nobody else has it. Not even Russia. They don't have anything to equivalent.
I mean, it's just a big fuck off copter drone.
Yeah, but it can carry, I think, up to 100 kilograms. And so that drone and that system, they have multiple different systems of that caliber, like longer range, longer, heavier lift capabilities. And they were also talking about the different types of munitions, because like most of the munitions in the beginning that the FPV drones were using were just like normal RPG like rounds, like, you know, just took the top of the RPG, just taped it to the fucking drone and let's go. But now they're making like these kind of different drone specific munitions that are made in Ukraine and also actually in Europe, but they're specifically made for these systems now. They are like military grade, not just like in someone's basement. They are military grade, really good, really powerful, really accurate munitions that have armor piercing capabilities and all kinds of different stuff. So it was a very cool briefing to get like what actually the actual numbers are. I can't tell you the actual numbers because that was on background, but like I could tell you about 50% of all the munitions that are used in Ukraine right now. So that includes artillery and drones. Is made in country.
Yeah.
And so like this dependence on the US
hang on. I gotta adjust something in the comments that I keep seeing the fucking MAGA crowd losing their shit over. I see Ukraine is building a $1.2 billion ski resort. Good thing there isn't a war going on. Yeah, because God forbid Ukraine build something to boost their economy, which all of you fuckers have been complaining about, saying their economy is not good enough to pay us back. Why would they pay us back? We don't think they're going to pay us back because they don't have anything boosting their economy. So Ukraine goes, oh, right, guys, so we're going to fix that. We're going to build stuff to fix our economy. And then you guys throw a fucking fit over it? Are you fucking kidding me? And it's not like it's aid money going. This is private companies and private investors.
And it just fucking drives me crazy. This kind of narrative just drives me crazy because like not only there's no money, like actual US aid, which I saw yesterday as well, like a truck from US aid because there's no 1 year, no more from US aid because they canceled the program. But like that's kind of like that's like if you want to talk about money that's being sent here, that's like a few trucks and stuff like that. All the other equipment that's been sent here is drawdown. It's drawdown. It's thing that would cost you more money to destroy than to just ship here.
Yeah. Also, why is it that a lot of the I know you guys are just fucking bots half the time, but why is it that a lot of the accounts that are talking shit in the chat are just like 0 follower accounts that have the invite to come up on the panel turned off? Why do y'all talk shit in the comments and just not come up here? That's just not true? What's not true?
I just want to admit that the ski resort is very original lie about Ukraine. I never heard about from the Czech or Slovak Russians or the bots on my streams.
Well, it's a real thing that Americans just kind of apparently they just discovered it in the last 2 days. It's a real thing. They're building a ski resort to try and help boost the economy. It's supposed to have room for a lot of guests and stuff, but I'm not very hopeful for it because I don't think a lot of people are going to be willing to go because of the war, because it's only a matter of time until that thing gets fucking bombed.
No. It's like, trust me, they go. Like there is like in the Carpathians, because the Carpathians are in West Ukraine, and so
yeah, but I know that, but like the brand new thing that Russia's now going to be using for propaganda is prime bombing target. Lviv is also in Western Ukraine. Lviv still gets hit on a regular basis. I'm just waiting for the day when the brand new thing, like, willing to bet. Hey, thanks, Matt. Willing to bet within like the first day of it being finished, it's got to get bombed.
Yeah, but I think the live thing about it is that it's financed by US or others, because the mostly what all countries in Europe and from the US was coming, it was like pure ammunition, and the pieces was on the list, like on the side of the money. So we sent, I said, for example, 3,000 grenades to 55 millimeter caliber to howitzers, and counting as a 3 billion, for example. And these people are thinking, oh, we sent them to ski resort the money, not the ammunition.
Mickey, Zelensky can't hold elections because it's literally not up to Zelensky. Zelensky doesn't control that, and if he did, he'd be violating the Ukrainian constitution. The Ukrainian constitution states that no elections are to be held during wartime under martial law, and it is up to the Ukrainian parliament to decide what to do. The Ukrainian parliament is the one who says, no, we're going to keep martial law because we're at war, which means no elections. If you want Zelensky to have an election that he runs, that means you are advocating for him to violate the Ukrainian constitution. And if Zelensky just happens to step down, then the Ukrainian military takes control of the country, and a lot of other rules go out the fucking window.
And funnily enough, we interviewed the leader of the opposition yesterday.
Oh, the guy that says he's not going to run? Even if there is an election, he's not running against Zelensky?
Which he made we can talk about that. Like, he made a really weird comment yesterday, but whatever. But the woman who was like the total opposition of Zelensky's party, we interviewed her yesterday, and we were like, given that like this talks between the US and Zelensky went horrible, like, what do you think about that? Do you think it's time to switch up the leadership, and do you think it's time for an election in the country? And like, you know, all these questions. I mean, they were asking them because the fucking people in the comments are asking them because they don't know how these things understand. And she was like, yeah, I mean, according to our constitutions that we live by, he's the president, and we totally respect that.
Yeah.
And this is like the total opposition party.
Okay, I gotta adjust too. No, Zelensky doesn't want elections because he has a 4% approval rating. Yeah, that's patently false. The only source for that claim ever being made is literally Trump pulling it out of his ass. There has literally never been any proof of that whatsoever. I challenge you to show me any source that shows that Zelensky has a 4% approval rating. And yes, sometimes people have concerts in Kyiv, which you conveniently spelled the Russian way, which tells me a lot, because guess what? Kyiv isn't the front line. People still live there. They're allowed to live their fucking lives and try. Do you just want the whole country to be fucking miserable and just wallow in fucking pity and sorrow because the eastern side of their country's like under attack? Like, Kyiv still gets hit by missiles every fucking day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are they not allowed to live their fucking lives?
I mean, Russia gets hit by missiles every day, and they hold concerts.
They also have an annual Yahtzee convention.
Yeah.
So how will the war end if America keeps funding it because Russia won't stop? All Ukraine's asking for is the equipment to get this done. I've been following this war since 2014. I've been following this war since 2014. Cool, so have I.
Yeah, and intelligence. Is like, I know we need to like also like that bit part. Not only the equipment, the intelligence, like the actual intelligence assets that is incredibly important, and I know that for a fact because I have a lot of friends fighting in the north right now, and everything above the border is just black to them.
No, first of all, I get to Fatima who says free Palestine and free Ukraine. Yeah, I'm sorry, I support Israel and Ukraine because supporting Ukraine and then also supporting Palestine makes no sense when Russia, the people invading Ukraine, are also the ones who openly support, fund, and train and arm Hamas, and also partner with the IRGC, who sends weapons against Israel, who, you know, also the IRGC who gives weapons to Russia to use against Ukraine. Ukraine and Israel are both Western nations that are allies of the United States and uphold Western values and ideologies that had the sovereignty of their borders violated by outside invaders with the intent to wipe them out. It's just Russia is just Hamas, but with more weapons. Trick. So if America sends more money, Ukraine will end the war. No, Trick. If America actually provides the equipment that we promised them, they can end the war, because most of the shit that we promised them has not even made it to the front lines. Most of the shit on the front lines is European. Also, someone brought up that the U.S. troops had concerts in Afghanistan. True. If we're giving aid to them to buy weapons and we're upcharging them, how is that productive? Well, because they're not paying yet, because it's a Lend-Lease style format. We haven't actually started collecting anything. U.S. vet here, Ukraine can burn. Cool story, Adam. Don't care. Ukraine has a dictator. How does Ukraine have a dictator? Please do explain.
Yeah, okay.
What I know that the U.S. sent. Oh, sorry, I interrupt you.
No, it's okay. It's just like this idea that with the cost and the munitions and all that stuff, most of the stuff is true. That's being sent here is European. U.S. stuff is making its way very slowly, but the powerful stuff is U.S. As it did, and so like ATACMS and HIMARS. That HIMARS is using ATACMS and whatever, it doesn't matter. HIMARS is very important, and of course, like the support for the F-16s and stuff like that, the munitions they use.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna keep addressing comments right now. Did you see the fancy new ski resort they're building? Yes, shocker. Ukraine wants to build something that helps boost their economy to, you know, help them sustain themselves and also help with paying shit back. Shocker. Why are the weapons we sent to Ukraine ending up in the cartel hands? They're not. The original source for the claim that the cartel weapons, or that the weapons are ending up in the cartel hands, are literally, it's literally Colonel McGregor. He is the original source because he saw a photo online of a cartel member with a training AT-4 rocket launcher on his back, which was clearly marked as a training rocket launcher, and then incorrectly identified it as a Javelin missile system and said, this is a Javelin missile system. The only people we've given this to are Ukraine. This is proof, therefore, that Ukraine is giving weapons to the cartel. There is zero proof of that outside of that one claim, but people keep talking about it. I know people who live there. He is 100% a dictator. Cool story, bro. You clearly don't know how the Ukrainian constitution works. I know people who also live there. Both Ukraine and Israel are on the side of the disbelievers fighting the believers all over. What in the fuck does that even mean? If it hadn't been released, why would they ask for more rather than just for it to be released? That's kind of what Zelensky did, Snids, when he brought up the fact that he hasn't even received most of the funding that was allocated to him for the equipment. Like, remember when everyone was like, oh my God, Zelensky said $100 billion is missing. That's not what he said. He said he never received it because we allocated it and never gave him the equipment that was going to be used for that $100 billion. Trump did a great job putting Zelensky in his place. Sure, bro. Trump did a great job sounding like a fucking moron. You cannot ski 75% of the year. Yeah, the winters aren't short like that in Ukraine. They're very long, and they get a lot of attention, especially in the western portions of Ukraine. The U.S. should give back the Statue of Liberty to France. Nah, as funny as that was from that French politician, suck it. It's ours now. We have a lot of weapons in Sweden from Ukraine. Cool. Prove it. Show me the source.
They also have in Sweden a lot of the contracts that are being taken away from the U.S. and going to South Gripen.
Maybe an all-season activity would be better. Yeah, but they bring in a decent bro. A pickleball arena in Ukraine is not going to bring in that much money. Swedish Police Authority, cool. If I say Los Angeles Police Department, that's not a source. That's just me naming an organization. Show me the proof. Give me an article title. Give me something who posted an actual report showing a bunch of weapons from Ukraine. What do you think the U.S. would need to provide to help Ukraine win this war? The shit we promised them, the actual rifles, the ammunition, the shells, the fucking tanks, like the Bradleys, the Humvees.
I wouldn't mind a Tomahawk.
That would be nice too, because we even agreed to give them Tomahawks at one point. We never gave them to them. An Islamic pickleball dome. No, thank you. Ukraine war is over next week. Okay, bro.
Okay. I just want to make an example of from the US aid world how many you send. So from from the Abrams M1 2A Abrams, it was manufactured about 10,000, and as US you send them around 35.
31.
31?
31 because we had stopped the manufacturing of we only send them export models, and we had stopped the manufacturing of export models a long time ago, so we had to scrounge them together. So we barely sent them shit.
51 Abrams. That's all.
Abrams.
Abrams, yeah.
Why didn't the Biden administration provide those things? That's a good question. I'm fucking pissed at the Biden administration for that shit, for trickling down bullshit fucking 6 months apart. That was fucking bullshit. Would you like to watch...
Is the reason why we're going 4 years into this war.
Would you like to watch the documentary that they've been hiding? It's done a year before the war. So there's this big secret documentary that's going to somehow turn me against Ukraine that only you know about? Wow. Here is source, Swedish government. That's not how that works. Here is source, Swedish government does not mean anything to me. My President Trump closed that chapter now. That's not how that works, Shakes. No decent military is willing to go all in for Zelensky. Also not true. And I like, Mickey, by the way, how you've not addressed that I proved you wrong on literally every claim you made. Over and over and over again. Okay. Please understand that Swedish authorities don't translate for TikTok. What? Swedish gangs get weapons supplies. What? Do you believe the Ukrainians could have already won if they were provided with sufficient resources? Yeah, especially if the Biden administration had not told them to stop at the beginning of the war. So for those that don't know, Russia started this war with 8.7% control of Ukrainian territory. That would included Crimea and portions of the Donbass region. At the height of the invasion, Russia took up to 44.8% control. Who the fuck is calling me? What? I'm fucking streaming, Palliative. Russia took up to 44.8% control of Ukrainian territory. That's when they attempted to siege the capital of Kyiv, and when they had moved on beyond it to even cities like Bucha. In the ensuing counteroffensive, the Kyiv, Kharkiv, Kherson, Izium, and Irpin offensives, Ukraine was able to push Russia down to 10% total control of Ukrainian territory. That is a 2.3% net gain in territory from the entire invasion. The Biden administration then openly admitted that they told the Ukrainian military to stop. Just stop and dig in, because they were convinced that Putin was going to nuke them. They had zero proof of this, which they admitted. They admitted, yeah, we really had zero proof of that. In fact, he hadn't even mobilized his nuclear arsenal. We were just convinced he was going to do it. And then we didn't give them shit for equipment for a long time. We fucked them.
Yep. Totally agree. When we pushed them out of north, and when they got pushed out of the Kharkiv offensive, if they just given them, tanks and stuff like that right away, like just at that moment, just pushed in a bunch of tanks, we wouldn't need it. We needed the air power, because the air power that was already in Ukraine was pretty sufficient if you had the tanks and all the on the howitzers and all that stuff to be able to push forward just with normal infantry. But because they argued for 7 months or 8 months or whatever, they were able to build the Surovikin line in the south and dig in the Donbass and be across the river in the north. So just that's just the reasoning. Escalation management is the reason for the fourth year for the war.
Okay, still trying to speed run through comments. Thank you guys for the follows. Also, remember to join the team. Tap the like, tap the screen likes, all that jazz. Ukraine never owned Crimea, and under 2 international treaties, Russia had every right to invade it. Cool. So I know that you're an older millennial viewer, because that's fucking stupid, because that's not true. If you actually read the agreements you referred to, it says literally the exact opposite, that Russia gifted Crimea to Ukraine in the 50s and has absolutely no right to it whatsoever. There is no agreement that gives Russia the right to take back that land and invade it. You are wrong. Older millennial is a liar. I'm sorry you fell for his bullshit. Can you let me up? I don't see you in the request. Wrong. The war started when German NATO troops entered Ukraine. Before that, Zelensky was ethnically cleansing Russian Ukrainians. Both of the things you just said are blatantly false. There's your Russia before. All right, thanks, Oscar. Bye. I'm gonna also drop you for now, Willem. I'm gonna try to get some opposition up here, but thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Okay, I give space for others.
Okay.
I wanna say that all your work is worth it. I think.
Thank you.
Maybe not for everyone, because there's some bots here.
Oh, I'm used to deal with them. I'm gonna knock them all out right now.
But we are still staying this together with Ukraine, and I think we must continue to the end.
Awesome.
So, Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Thank you, Velam. Okay, where were we? Trump is brilliant. He has revealed the whole world what America really is. All right. Do you really think any conventional war weapons we send to Ukraine will stop the war? No, I don't think the war would stop, but I think Ukraine could have pushed Russia back to the original borders of 2022 at a bare minimum, and Russia kind of wouldn't have been able to do shit about it. Then go there and help them, but you won't. You just got a big mouth. Hey, to the idiot that said that, hang on. Who said that? Who said that in chat? Where was that? Susan W. Hey, this is a Ukrainian Ministry of Defense article from the Ukrainian government that talks about former NATO troops going over to Ukraine to train Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines voluntarily. Hey, that's me right there. That's me on the cover photo. Also, this is my body armor from when I was in Ukraine training Ukrainian soldiers. So, good try. Do you think it's because of the NATO expansion that Russia invaded Ukraine? No, that's a blatantly bullshit excuse that Russia uses. Not only had Ukraine not even attempted or requested to join NATO until 7 months after Russia invaded, they literally never put in a NATO application. But in 1997, Russia signed a document called the Russian-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, wherein which 6 times they agreed to NATO expansion. So that argument is bullshit. You are disinformation, misinformation. All right. War crimes is where America is great in. Okay. We weren't talking about America, but good job. Thank you for the follow, Levant. Sure, maybe it would have, but if they got the weapons tomorrow, what would happen? Would Russia just stop? No, Trick, if they got the weapons now, it'd be a lot harder. I think it's still doable, but it'd be a lot harder. It would take a long time. Common L. All right. NATO expanded to Russian borders in 2004. Yeah, Russia didn't give a shit about it then because it's not the real reason they invaded. I'm living for the education in Russia and Ukraine. Dope. You're sending people to be slaughtered. If they don't want to fight, they can leave. Snids, welcome to conscription in a wartime. Like, Russia's literally on their 5th wave of conscription. They also have people that don't want to fight. Every country that does conscription has draft dodgers. Are you American? Yes, I served 10 years for the United States Marine Corps proudly for my fucking country. Russia had every right to do what they did. Okay, under what justification? Under what justification? What right did Russia have to violate the sovereign borders of Ukraine and illegally try to annex territory? The 2 international treaties broken by Ukraine, name them, please. Plenty. MSM, are you going to say anything that's productive to the conversation? When are you deploying? Already been to Ukraine, my man. There's my body armor. MSM, if you're just going to spam the same thing, I'm just going to mute you. Bet you were a pogue. Cool. Good job telling me you have no comeback because you resort to pogue. Fucking boot fobbit. I'm saying forcing people to be in the war is wrong. Welcome to protecting your country. Are you American? Yes, I've already said that. What's happening in Kursk? So in Kursk the other day, a Ukrainian unit on the right flank was holding the line, and they had a unit of conscripts come to reinforce them. The unit of conscripts arrived fresh to the battlefield, and the unit that they were reinforcing thought that they were replacements and said, okay, guys, fucking peace out. In combination with that, the United States shut off intel to the Ukrainians, which really fucking hurt them, and Starlink also shut down in that area. That conscript unit, who had no experience in that region, or pretty much almost no combat experience, completely fucking folded and lost the right flank, resulting in a loss in territory of most of the Kursk region. NATO Enlargement Summit in 2022, the Commission adopted a plan to allow Ukraine to join NATO. No, that was 2008 at the Bucharest Summit, where it was suggested on Ukraine's behalf that they take a pathway to join NATO. But a pathway to join is not, I am joining. That is literally thought policing and justifying that you are invading someone because of their thoughts. I've never heard the word before, boot fobbit. Yeah, I'm saying he's a boot, meaning he didn't do anything. Dude was in Ukraine during peacetime. My man, I went voluntarily to train Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines. What are you talking about? I was never in Ukraine during fucking peacetime. You can't go into a war for years, be against stopping and forcing people. What the fuck are you talking about? European conservatives are shocked at America's extreme stance. It's nuts. Stay there. Fucking make me, D-Rob. I gotta come home and make money because I was going voluntarily and not getting paid. So I gotta raise funds. Home safe, asking for war. D-Rob, do you have anything constructive to say? Or are you just gonna be a whiny little bitch? No lies, there's no proof, even inside Ukraine. I don't know what you guys are arguing about. Not for Pogues? Dude, you sound... Imagine being this fucking fragile to be a grown-ass adult and you think that you've got me, like, you think you got me here. Did you train Talibans or that was the generations before you? No, that was the United States that trained the Mujahideen before they had offshoots turn into the Taliban. Look at you responding. Yeah, because I'm going through the comments. Would you like me to just ignore you? Like, I can ignore you if you would like. People born and raised in the USSR had to leave Russia or had to learn Russian. That's why many Ukrainians speak Russian. True. The Ukrainian was literally outlawed multiple times entirely. Like, you know, the thing that they claim the Ukrainians have done with Russia where they say, oh, Ukraine has banned Russian, which they haven't. Russia actually did that with the Ukrainian language. Just like you ignore combat. Yeah, Rob, let me know when the last time was that you went willingly to the front lines of a combat zone without pay just to go help people because it was the right thing to do. I agree we shouldn't abandon Ukraine, but we don't want to incite a war with Putin. So at what point do you just stop appeasing him, Ryan? At what point do you draw the line of this is where it stops because people he just keeps attacking and doesn't give a shit about ceasefires or peace agreements? Are you literally or figuratively standing with Ukraine? For like the 6th time this stream, this is my body armor from when I was on the front training Ukrainian soldiers. Never, I don't advocate for foreign wars that aren't our interest. Cool. Then this is maybe your dumb ooga booga grunt brain that can't understand that there is a geopolitical interest in helping Ukraine that will prevent us from getting into future wars that will put our brothers and sisters' lives at risk. Congratulations. They need to dump their leader for someone that wants peace, not money. Oh, the man, you mean like how Zelensky agreed to the last 2 ceasefires and Putin said no to the first one and then agreed to the second one and violated it within less than an hour? Way to go. Yeah, that shows that Zelensky's totally the one that doesn't want peace. What's the interest? Okay, so here's the interest, D-Rob. Right now, we have an actual agreement to help Ukraine. Whether you like it or not, Ukraine is an ally, and we have an agreement to help Ukraine. We also have the easiest logistical supply chain known to mankind right now. We have a direct rail route from any NATO country to wherever the fuck we want in Ukraine. And we are still not willing to help them. China is watching this very closely. China is sitting there going, wow, they have an agreement and a logistical supply chain, and they're still not doing it. Why on earth would they help this tiny little fuck-off island, though, in the middle of the ocean that they have zero obligation to defend? We have zero obligation to defend Taiwan other than our own self-interest in chip manufacturing, which we are actively pushing away from them, trying to dump money with the Chips and Science Act of the American semiconductor manufacturing industry. When it comes to Taiwan, we have zero defensive agreements. We have We have multiple trade agreements, and a thumbs up, bro, will be there. So China's sitting there watching this. Taiwan sees writing on the wall. Companies are fleeing to America to build semiconductor manufacturing plants here in the United States. The Taiwanese government is banning some of the companies from bringing certain chip technology to the United States. Taiwan has already abandoned us when it comes to defensive strategy, because it used to be like South Korea. It was just hold out until the U.S. gets here, and then we'll be fine. To the point where South Korea, the Philippines, Japan, and Australia have all said they're going to kick in and help because they don't expect us to be there. We know that China is planning to invade by October of 2027 based on the 2024 foreign adversaries analysis. I can't remember what the exact document is called. It's like 400 fucking pages, though. It's like $600. It's a long fucking read. But we know that they're planning to invade by October of 2027, which would mean that the chip manufacturing plants in the United States won't even be done by then, which means that we still rely on Taiwan for those chips, which means that if we allow Russia to win in Ukraine and tell our enemies that we're not going to do shit to protect our allies, that China is going to go fucking invade Taiwan, and now we have lost 60% of our semiconductor manufacturing industry, which is very critical to the infrastructure and running of the United States. Hope that answers your question. You're full of it, pal. Cool. Prove anything I just said wrong. SMPF 2020. Go join them. Mouth. Literally did. Do you think there's a chance for European countries will send troops to help Ukraine fight the war? I don't fucking know. They keep talking about it. They've been talking about it for 3 fucking years, though. Ukraine is a dictatorship and has questionable battalion that was set up by a U.S. installing Zelensky. You're referring to Azov Battalion. Azov Battalion was not set up by Zelensky or the U.S., and it is not a dictatorship. Congratulations. What a flimsy connection. D-Rob, the fact that you don't understand basic fucking geopolitics really fucking tells me that you really are ooga booga retard grunt. Let Ukraine pay their bills. The bank, okay, the USA is closed. Okay, Meadows. Ukraine are fighting America's enemy of 80 years. Yeah, they don't get it, Tommy. The fact that you don't, D-Rob, I've got over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs. I don't give a shit. You misread that I can only put so many letters. The United States of a crew in Ukraine set up. What the fuck are you talking about, Mystic? So do you suggest we go into World War III over Ukraine and Taiwan? Well, Trick, if we allow China to invade Taiwan, first of all, we don't really have a fucking choice because we drastically depend on those semiconductor chips to run pretty much fucking everything. Okay, he stopped elections and sent political opponents to the front lines. Both of those claims are not true, Chris Jackson. Zelensky, it's not up to Zelensky for the elections. It's literally up to Parliament. Ukraine has a law in their constitution that states that, one, it's up to Parliament, and two, you can't hold elections during martial law during wartime. So if you want Zelensky to violate the Ukrainian constitution and hold an election, then sure. Just make it clear that you're advocating for him to violate the law. Also, he did not send political opponents to the front lines. There's absolutely no proof of that. Sorry, voices. Zelensky did a coup, and so, bro, Mystic Jim, what year did Zelensky get into office? Please tell me, because I don't think you know. Why aren't you fighting with them on the field? Because my spine is fucking destroyed, Lee, and as much as I would like to, I am fucking useless when it comes to combat right now because I'm fucking broken and a liability. It would be selfish of me to put an entire platoon at risk because my back decides to fucking go out at times. And if I'm on an assault and my back fucking goes out and everyone has to come back and get me, I have now put everyone else at risk. Churchill did not hold elections under wartime also. That is correct. Do you think Trump would go to war for Taiwan, as he said he wouldn't? I think there's a very high likelihood he would just say fuck it and let the Chinese government take over Taiwan, or attempt to, and we would be fucked with our semiconductor chips. Sending the kidnapped citizens to the front lines. No, Scotty does know. Apparently you don't know because draft dodgers, the people that try to run away from the draft in Ukraine, don't get sent to the front. They get sent for fucking labor tests in the back because you can't fucking trust them on the front lines. Why would you, if someone's such a fucking bitch that they're going to run away from the war, why would you ever trust them on the front lines with a firearm? That makes no sense. Send all your paychecks to Zelensky or go to Ukraine and fight with Russia. Stop the blah blah. Again, for like the 10th time now, here is me training Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines in Ukraine on my own dime. You stand with Yahtzees. No, I don't. Thank you guys for the gifts. Hopefully we see you dodging drones at some point. Okay, cool, D-Rob. Continue being a fucking dumb grunt. Excuses for... Yeah, D-Rob, what's wrong with training? You want a medal? No, I want Russia to leave Ukraine. You did nothing. Okay. Got a panel of MAGAs. Get a panel of MAGAs up. It's better than the Muppet Show. No one's requesting. They're all just a bunch of cowards. I don't know why people are talking so much shit to you. Appreciate it. Thanks. I don't care. I'm used to it. Let's not act like we don't have boots on the ground with special forces helping them, please. Mystic Jam, show me even the slightest bit of proof of that. If you stand with Ukraine, you should go there and fight with them. How about sending your money? Oh my fucking God. It's like you people just do. Are these, I think these are starting to get like, I think we're actually getting the bot copy paste accounts now. Like, this is getting ridiculous. Do you agree with NATO's expansion despite the agreement that they wouldn't do it? There is no agreement, and there never has been an agreement that NATO would not expand. That was literally never a thing. Gorbachev himself personally admitted that on video and in multiple interviews. There was, however, an agreement in 1997 called the Russian-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, where in which 6 separate times Russia agreed to NATO expansion. Cool. Lucas, name me the document that says that NATO wouldn't expand. If stand Ukraine... You should heat NATO? Fucking what? Why are we giving them a grant and they're getting loans by everyone else? They're not. That's not true, Mystic. Unless you're like European, I don't know what you're talking about. No, MAGA literally just shared a brain and it's broken. Yep. Sirens sounded Israel. Stay safe. Go to a shelter. If you're in Israel right now, make sure you're checking your Red Alert app. Why did Zelensky himself say that it was a grant and that he didn't have to pay it back? Because Biden forgave some of the debt, but not all of it. And for Europe, they are giving it to him as a grant. They don't have to pay back the European stuff. He says it as he sits home on TikTok. Or, as I sat on the front line in Ukraine training Ukrainian soldiers. Hey, look, there's me. This is a Ukrainian Ministry of Defense article talking about former NATO soldiers going over to Ukraine and training Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines. Good try. Trump is a legend. Yeah, Trump's a moron. There's no agreement between Russia and NATO that NATO wouldn't expand East period. Correct. NATO never promised to not expand. Still waiting on that agreement. That someone said they were going to get me the agreement that NATO was going. Someone said they were going to get me the agreement that NATO wasn't going to expand though. Still waiting on that. Yeehaw! Thank you, Manish Peace. USA pulling out of Japan. Why? We're not. We're reallocating stuff to different regions in Japan because of people's complaints about certain things about certain bases we have out there, like especially on Okinawa. You don't want to debate anyone. You just want to be told your opinion is right. I have literally no one requesting, Guard Dog. No one has requested in like the past 20 fucking minutes. You trained them or summer 2023. Then shows a fake picture of him. That's literally me. With my fucking beard. It's literally like you can look at my profile picture on here and see it's me. That's an AI photo? Okay. Although I do like the Diddy Sisson name. That's actually kind of funny. ChatGPT $1.2 million ski resort in Ukraine is building right now, and whose money is it? Private investors in a private company who are trying to actively make sure that the Ukrainian economy keeps going by creating a business that will bring in money to the Ukrainian economy. How terrible. Do you seriously think we can continue supporting Ukraine financially? We don't even have to do it financially. Just give them all our fucking crap equipment that we're not using, that has been sitting in fucking storage for 2 fucking decades. U.S. gave England $30 billion in equipment. What? America first? I said, I'm just wondering how far away we were to bankrupt Russia during the past few years. I don't even know how the fuck they've lasted this long. There's realistically no reasonable reason they should have lasted this long, based on all the metrics that we've seen come out of Russia. Is there a possibility of U.S. scuttling the chip factories in Taiwan if China invades? Oh, it wouldn't be us. No, the Taiwanese government's already stated that if fucking China even makes ground, just Allahu Akbar, no chips for anyone. I fucking love Oko. Oko had the best goddamn hot dogs and coffee every morning. What do you think about the state of Israel currently? They're doing fine. If you concede, it was disingenuous. What? Case F 2015 10829. Sorry for the delay. I'm willing to concede there was no written agreement. If you concede, it was disingenuous. What? If what was disingenuous? What are you talking about? We are buying Russian oil in the UK, spent billions on it. Yeah. I just want to know where these uneducated people are coming from. Hannah, I'm going to be honest. I think a lot of them actually are copy-pasted comments. Yes, we find source NATO wouldn't expand. Yeah, but there is no source that says NATO wouldn't expand other than Russia claiming it. There is, however, a conversation with Secretary of State James Baker in which he suggests it to Gorbachev, but it only applied to East and West Germany, and it was immediately waved off, and it wasn't agreed upon. That's it. You could even pull the archives of the archive record of that conversation. Do you think Bibi is doing good in Israel? I think Bibi's fucking dragged his ass a bit and shouldn't have listened to the U.S. as much at the beginning. Show that it was suggested. You can pull up the conversation and read the entire conversation. It's like multiple fucking pages. Ukraine is simply money laundering for the elite. Cool. The snitch. Prove it. Show me where the money laundering is. I agree the war should have lasted a week tops. What? Oh, we're talking about the Israel war. No, I don't think it would have been that fast, but I agree the war as I'm Irish, I agree with missed but don't support Israel. I mean, where is that thing I'm looking for? Where is that thing I'm looking for? Where is it? Oh, considering that there's an entire review on Irish textbooks being extremely anti-Semitic and lying about the history of Israel and Palestine, I'm not surprised that as an Irish person you don't support Israel. Are you the only person who cannot see it? Snitch. Why don't you show me the proof then? Currently building $1.2 billion ski resort with American dollars. Patently false. They're building a ski resort with Ukrainian money from Ukrainian private investors and businesses who are doing it in an attempt to bring more money into the Ukrainian economy. How awful. Show me that it's American money. Oko gas stations are fucking dope. I don't support Israel either. Do you? Yes, I support Israel. I am a Zionist. Stefan Bandera, hero or mass murderer? Definitely 100% responsible for the death of 10,000 Jews, and it's weird that Ukrainians idolize him. You can be Ukrainian and support the fact that he was willing to fight both the Russians, the Germans, and the Poles, and literally anyone that stood in the way of a free Ukraine, but it's weird to not also acknowledge that he 100% did bad things along the way, like personally be responsible for the death of 10,000 Jews. Banderat's ethnic cleansing since 2014. Not true. Hamas is not of Palestine. There are loads of innocent lives been lost. right now in Gaza, you have the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare. And that's using the Gaza Ministry of Health's numbers. Nobody's claiming that innocent people haven't died. Hello in Lithuania. I thought you was on the front. Bitch, I haven't been on the front in a while. I was just there training people on the front. Hello, Ferris. What's up?
What's up, Sam? How you doing?
Just reading the comments, speed running through idiots. D-Rob proved that I wasn't on the front lines. Where's Nick? He had something. I don't remember what it was. He had something to do tonight. I can't believe people still think Zelensky is legit. They're building a ski resort. Gee, Ukraine building something to bring more money into their economy to help. How awful. Burden of proof isn't on me. I literally showed you proof that I was there. I literally showed you proof. You sent something? What?
A gift, I mean.
Oh. Fuck it. Thanks anyways.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah, sent me like a third of a penny. The burden of proof is on you, D-Rob, because I showed you affirmative proof that I was indeed there on the front lines, and you're telling me I wasn't. So prove I wasn't. I never said I was in combat. I definitely took incoming rounds, though. There's definitely shit landing around us. Yes, D-Rob. Training takes place at the front. Takes place. It takes place on the front, behind the front, all the way in the west. Takes place everywhere. My group just happened to be on and near the front.
So, Sam, what do you think about the end of the ceasefire?
Oh, the one in Gaza. Not surprising, considering that I'm surprised it honestly didn't happen sooner, considering that Hamas violated the ceasefire literally every day of phase 1. Every single day they were in violation of it because they did not abide by a single thing that they had agreed to, especially like providing names and updates on certain hostages that were still in captivity.
Yeah, and don't forget the parades, the military parades.
Yeah, the ones that they started before the ceasefire went into effect. That was hilarious.
Yeah, and you know something? It's funny how now, when we saw all the Hamas militants in uniforms and weapons and everything, now it's just gone. They're back in civilian clothing.
Oh yeah, the brand new uniforms that had never seen a goddamn day of combat that looked like they'd been freshly washed. Yeah, that was great. And I like how they're posting videos of people that were just unalived in some of the bombings. They're like, oh my God, he was such a hero. He was such an innocent man. But the videos they're posting are like of people in civilian clothing firing rockets from in civilian homes. Man. Okay, let's try and focus on Ukraine. Rumors circulating Zelensky will be overthrown. Yeah, good luck with that one.
By the way, I read that... you know, I'm just gonna keep sending you a gift until this thing gets off of my fucking screen.
What, you read what thing?
What was it? Oh yeah, that there was a 30-day ceasefire proposed in the Russian-Ukrainian war, but Putin, not surprisingly, rejected it.
Yeah, there was so Ukraine called Russia's bluff on the first ceasefire and agreed to it, and their only demand was, hey, can you give us back some POWs and our children? Which is really crazy that no one bats a fucking eye that Russia literally uses Ukrainian children in exchange for Russian prisoners of war. That's fucking mind-blowing to me that no one says a goddamn thing about that. Also, but yeah, Putin made a list of unreasonable demands with that, and that was basically pushed out, and it was proof that like they called Russia's bluff and that they didn't actually want peace. Then, America, Russia, and Ukraine agreed to another ceasefire that was like, hey, for the next 30 days, we're just not going to attack energy infrastructure, so like no bombing power plants or anything. And within less than an hour of that agreement and walking out of that meeting or getting off that phone call, Russia bombed a power plant and then a hospital. Nowhere near the front lines.
Yeah, very shocking.
Shocking that Russia has violated yet another agreement. Ukraine isn't a problem. Let Putin turn it into a parking lot. Ukraine is our problem because we agreed to help them. Okay.
Something is on my screen.
Okay,
That's not going away. Let me just exit and come back, okay?
Okay. I can't see what your name is for me right now. It's just showing up as 4 boxes. So I apologize. I can't see what to call you. What would you like me to call you?
It's Eugenia because I have my name in Ukrainian, so
Oh.
it's maybe quite
Oh, добрий день.
really, yeah. Доброго дня. Вітання. It's really nice to hear you. I saw you I met you in Steve, Kansas. Yeah, probably.
Oh, okay.
Over there. I know you from there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm from Ukraine and long time living in Greece.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I really appreciate what you do for Ukraine. For
No
your
problem.
support.
Hey, I'm going to be in Washington, D.C. on the 9th, stomping around the Capitol, having meetings with senators and congressmen and Secretary of State, talking about support for Ukraine and national security. So we're gonna keep things moving.
Yeah, but because with Trump, it's really crazy things going on, and I don't know what to
I am
wait
aware.
from the future.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
quite crazy.
yeah. Well, I appreciate the support. I think I got someone who's opposition, so I'm going to bring them up. But thank you for the support as well. Obviously, I support the Ukrainian people, love them to death. They pretty much basically fucking adopted me when I was over there, and taught me how to make borscht. So I make a very good red sour borscht that is Ukrainian approved.
Oh, with smetana?
Sometimes, if I really
You wanna eat
hang on.
borscht with smetana?
I do. Hang on, I do. But the problem is, so when I make a batch of borscht, I make like 40 liters of it. Because I make it for my family and I make it for my coworkers, and I just start handing it out to everyone. And like for a week straight, all I'll have is borscht, and then I eat it with the sour cream. But like after a couple days, I'm like, I'm just eating this without sour cream. Like, so it's like I start out with the sour cream, but a couple days in, I'm like, I'm over the sour cream. The borscht is still great, but the sour cream can go.
You wanted something different.
I would love if I could find Salo in Texas, but I can't get that here for some reason. I also can't grow fucking smorodina berries here. They don't fucking grow here. They just die.
Oh, Texas? Yeah, it needs more, I don't know.
I don't care. I want them. I want my berries. They're so good, and I can't grow them here.
It's Texas. It's too warm there for them.
I get snow here.
When one in 20 years?
No, every other year there it snows pretty heavily in my area. We got 16 inches of snow this last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was fucking nice. Ooh,
Yo, Sam,
Vareniki.
can you hear the wind? It's almost demolishing my house, though.
No, where the fuck are you living?
What do you mean, in Jordan?
Oh, I forgot you were in Jordan. Yeah, go figure. It's windy in the fucking desert.
No, it's not. It's not all desert. Come on, man.
It's basic. It's desert
like
and
70%. 70%.
70%. That's basically desert. I got a fucking ViewBot bullshit in my Twitch chat. Get the fuck out of here. Get banned, bitch.
Are you live on Twitch as well?
We are live on TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube all at the same time. If you guys want to go to those other platforms, go to the link tree in my bio and you can find all those links. Okay, but thank you for coming up. What was your name again? I'm so sorry because it's just blocks.
Eugenia.
Okay, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. I'm gonna get to some opposition, I think. Okay, have a nice day. Okay, let's see. I got someone named Vince. If Ukraine needs money so from the US, how they afford to build 300 million skiers? Man, you can't even get the goddamn amount of money right. It's a $1.2 billion mansion, or not mansion, ski resort, and it's private Ukrainian companies and investors building a business in order to bring more money into the Ukrainian economy. Hello, Vince. What's on your mind?
Hello, hi. I'm from Hungary.
Hello. What's up?
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, everything is good. Just wandering on TikTok, and your live stream is just came in front of me.
So are you for or against supporting Ukraine?
Actually, well,
Because I don't expect you to understand from an American perspective.
Yeah, but it's a complicated question. Basically, I'm a neighbor country, but it's not affected the country as like in the media talking about it. So we don't have a fight. We don't have anything like in Ukraine.
Yeah, and I mean Orban's pretty close to Putin. It's not like you guys are at an immediate threat of being invaded.
Yeah, but it's pretty close to Trump as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's pretty close. Putin's pretty close to Orban. It's not like you're at an immediate risk of. You're kind of like almost not nearly as drastically, but almost in the same position as Lukashenko. Like Lukashenko would gladly hand over Belarus to Putin if he just fucking asked for it. But like because Orban's kind of closer to Putin, it's not like Hungary's in threat of being invaded by Russia.
Let it be with Orban and Putin because I am not Orban. But,
No, I meant the position of the country because of his association.
I'm trying to reverse the whole thing to the beginning. What was the beginning with this conflict? Like, the really beginning.
Do you want to go back to like the Orange Revolution?
No, before the Crimea.
Yeah, you're talking about like you want to go back to like the Orange Revolution and stuff. You want to go back to like the elections in like the early 2000s.
Yeah, the Cold War as well, because the Cold War was pretty similar. Like when the Russians tried to go to Cuba, and basically you're from US, right?
Yeah.
So your president actually at that time thought for the world, if Russia is going to Cuba and put rockets to the Cuban land, he will blow the world down, because it's not acceptable. It's a no-go zone for Russia. For Russia perspective, the no-go zone is Ukraine.
But it's not the same, because that would be like the United States signing
It's closer to Moscow.
No. It would only be the same if the United States had previously signed an agreement with Russia saying they could expand and then went back on it. In 1997, Russia signed the Russian NATO. Hang on.
They're not gonna expand it.
That has never been a thing. That is actually false.
I think I am very happy. I am a NATO member. I mean, my country is a NATO member. But actually, at that time,
hang on. There's stuff you need to know for context. One, the whole thing of not 1 inch east and NATO promising not to expand, that never happened. That was never actually a thing. There's only one conversation that comes close to that, with United States Secretary of State James Baker suggesting it to Gorbachev with relation to East and West Germany. It was waved off immediately and was never even guaranteed or ever a thing, nor would he have had permission to speak on behalf of NATO as it is. But in 1997, Russia signed an agreement called the Russian-NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, where in which 6 separate times Russia agreed to NATO expansion. So the only comparison you could make with the Cuban Missile Crisis would be if the United States told Russia, hey, we're totally okay with you expanding the fucking Iron Curtain and expanding the Western Bloc and satellite nations, and then said, you know what, actually we take it back, fuck you, and invaded Cuba. But like that's the only way you would be able to compare it.
It was not an invasion. It was an expansion. So.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we invaded Cuba after making if we had told Russia, we're okay with you expanding. In fact, we'll even help you expand. And then the second they expanded, we went, nope, fuck it, we're invading the place you just expanded to. Because it's not even the same. Because like, Ukraine hadn't even applied to join NATO.
Yeah, but
before the invasion.
How many countries joined to NATO since NATO is existing?
I mean, well, now there's 30. Now there's 32.
How many communist countries? Past communist countries?
Fucking almost all of the ones under the Soviet bloc.
We was communist countries as well.
Yeah, like almost all of the ones under the Soviet bloc.
Almost all. So the next country right the Russian border. Why the NATO want to so hard to join
It's not that NATO wants it, it's that that country wants to be part of NATO because they know what it's like living next to Russia.
Yeah, but this is no-go zone for the Russians.
But
Like,
that's not
this is
true.
what we have to.
But that's not true based on that treaty in 1997.
But no. I mean now. This is
Well,
no-go.
I mean that's Putin having his own personal fucking bitching, complaining problem. Like, but it'd be different.
Yeah, it's not-
It'd be different.
It's not complaining.
It'd be
well,
different.
If you put rockets, U.S. armies and rockets, and not just U.S. Rockets. Like we can talk about French, German,
But
not German.
but
sorry,
you don't just get an American base or American missiles just because you're in NATO. That's not how that works.
No, I know that. But to the Ukrainian territory,
Mhm.
NATO is saying we are going to put rockets on it.
No, that was never a thing.
Soldiers.
No.
They want to send soldiers right now.
Now, hang on. Now, some countries who are members of NATO want to do that. They've been talking about it for years. But even before the war, Ukraine didn't apply to join NATO until after Russia invaded the second time. Like, Russia already shared a border with NATO. Now, if
You mean after
Putin...
the Crimea?
No, Ukraine didn't apply to join. To the one and only... the one and only time Ukraine has ever applied to join NATO.
No, they want the EU member as well.
What?
Not just NATO member. They want to be an EU member. Not
Oh
just
yeah,
a
no,
NATO.
that was part of what kicked off the stuff in 2014. Was they voted to join the EU Trade Commission, and then Yanukovych said, "Nope, fuck you" at the last second, and just went against the people. But the one and only time Ukraine has ever attempted to join NATO was with their one and only application in September of 2022, 7 months after the second invasion. Okay, if you're just gonna keep spamming in the comments, you're just gonna get fucking muted. I can't stand when people fucking spam in the comments. But yeah, you don't just let's say even if Ukraine joined NATO, you don't just get a base automatically. Not all those other countries that have been bordering with Russia just got a NATO base automatically or get NATO missiles or American missiles. And this isn't the 60s. You don't need to be right next to someone to have missiles that can reach it. Like, fuck, we've got submarines in the ocean that can reach Russia from the fucking Pacific Ocean if we needed to.
No, but Russia already said, like Putin,
Mhm.
I don't know how to say, but they found out how to build the rockets, which one is going to London and Paris, less than 3 minutes. And NATO don't have this kind of rockets right now, but they will have, of course.
The U.S.
because,
does. Well, actually, no. Technically speaking, the ICBMs that Russia's talking about, we've had those since the 60s. It's all the same. Like, fuck, the Minuteman missile reaches like Mach fucking 20.
No, I mean the intercontinental rockets.
Yeah, the ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, dude. The Minuteman rocket reaches like Mach 20 in seconds. Yeah, so like we all have the capability. It's just Russia just fear mongering. It's the same thing as fucking H-Man in the mid-30s. You better listen to me and just give me a little bit more land. I promise I'll stop. Just give me a little bit more land, or else.
Yeah, Austria and Czechoslovakia.
Yeah.
And there is other thing as well, like economically, like under the Black Sea, of course, there's a huge amount of gas and and oil. I think
You've got the oil stuff around Snake Island and the Sea of Azov.
this is not out production right now. So the Ukrainians and the Romanians don't have a technology for that.
Yeah, Ukraine kind of just never bothered with it. I don't know why they didn't just start doing it sooner.
And Romanians don't bother with it as well. I don't know why, but they don't have the technology right now.
Well, like they have the capability. It's like they should have done it a long time ago, and I agree, Romania should have as well. But it's one of those things where it's like, even I will criticize Ukraine for that. I'm like, really? You had all this time? You didn't just start drilling? Come on.
Yeah. And this is what I'm thinking. Like Russia, of course, it's my belief. Like so many people is understand why I'm telling Ukrainian is a no-go zone for Russia, like join to NATO and the EU.
I get it as an excuse. I see why it works to convince people as the excuse for Russia, but there's a lot of other reasons why Russia invaded.
It's not an excuse because they attacked Ukraine, and this is a bad thing, of course.
But I'm saying Russia uses it as an excuse.
Yes, but U.S. uses it so many excuses in the past, like.
I don't disagree, but that doesn't negate. Like I can call out that the U.S. has done bad shit at the same time.
But U.S. the strongest country in the world, like.
That doesn't mean the U.S. hasn't made excuses for bullshit invasions before. Like I can acknowledge when the U.S. has lied.
Yeah, but they did.
Yeah, but
this is not the people. This is the government.
Yes, but the U.S. doing something bad doesn't negate. Like you've already acknowledged that Russia did bad by invading Ukraine, but it's the same thing. The U.S. has used excuse.
I mean, so many people on the world understand why, because it's so close. Like what the NATO members giving to Ukraine is so many power. Like.
But that wouldn't have happened if Russia hadn't invaded.
Russia is never going to be invaded.
No, I'm saying if Russia had not invaded Ukraine, that wouldn't be happening. Like if Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine probably still wouldn't have given a fuck about NATO. It probably wouldn't have attempted to join.
I don't think that because before the Crimea invasion, they started to talk about it.
No, they had a public vote, and it was like 83% of the Ukrainian population were like, "Fuck NATO! Why do we need NATO? Russia likes us."
No, but the EU members they want it.
Yeah, but that's also not up to them. And again, Russia, the Ukrainian population, and even the Ukrainian parliament, and even Yanukovych were like, "Fuck NATO! We don't need NATO."
Yeah, but okay, Yanukovych, yes, but Zelensky, like from the beginning. They are talking about only the EU membership and the NATO membership.
Yeah, EU membership makes sense. Like trade partners, obviously they want to build. They want to build their economy.
But this is your perspective from the US. Our perspective, Ukrainian is one of the biggest agriculture country in Central Europe. So if they're going to join to NATO, they are going to crash our market. Not just my country. My neighbor countries as well, even Germany.
So by joining the trade union, it somehow crashes your country because they want better trade?
No, because they are producing like in the EU. We have so many regulations how to produce wheat and this kind of things.
Yeah, like it's why like Ukrainian grain isn't allowed to be sold in Poland because it doesn't meet the same standard as Polish grain. Like you can still meet those standards.
They're selling cheaper and they selling a huge amount of.
Vince, excuse me for a second. Let me just say something. Sam, I'm just gonna go for a few minutes and I'll be right back. Okay, gotta go do something.
Peace. Hey, Steve.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
Dude, the copy paste bots went fucking wild earlier. It was great.
Yeah, I see that. Hey, I saw something. I'm sure you probably already know about it, but this is the first I've seen about it, which is really, really cool. Is what they're doing with the Sea Babies now? Is they're using them to launch FPV attacks on Crimean air bases? Did you know that? It was on Dennis. It was already posted public.
I'll let you guess at how long that's been going on.
Oh, I'm sure probably for a while, but this is the first that I've seen it actually put out there that's what they're doing.
Yeah. And to the people that keep trying to get the gotcha moment saying go to Ukraine. Cool. Here is a Ukrainian Ministry of Defense article about former NATO soldiers going to Ukraine to train Ukrainian soldiers on the front line. There's me. And also, here's my body armor for when I was in Ukraine training soldiers on the front line.
You know, it's funny they said that go to Ukraine, and I would love to go to Ukraine. Everybody that goes to Ukraine comes back and goes, man, I love that place.
What the fuck? Calm your tits, dude. I don't even fucking know who the fuck you are. What is your problem?
Yeah, because you're taking low fruit or people who think like you. You can't win me in debate. Do you know how many people live in Ukraine now?
Oh my God.
Dude, who the fuck are you? I'm letting people up in the order they request. I'm not fucking picking people based on their I don't know who fucking people are. No, don't fucking talk over me. You're not gonna come in here and start demanding shit of me and act like you fucking run this place. I accept people in the order they request. You wait your fucking turn in line, you calm your fucking tits, and you don't be a whiny little bitch in the comment sections. I have no idea who the fuck you are. I have no idea who most of the fucking people are that come up here other than my friends. I'm not fucking scared of anyone or chicken of anyone. You don't get to fucking demand shit on my fucking live stream. Do you understand that?
No, I'm saying that the people who agree with you, you talk more with them. You are buying time.
I'm not agree with him, and I'm still
Buying time for what?
To look better in your life.
What?
I don't have to try hard to look better than you. That's
Yeah. Okay. Tell me how many people live in Ukraine now?
Why does it matter?
Because in 1991, 50 million people lived in Ukraine. Prior special operation, it was 42 million.
Oh, special operation, huh?
Yeah, and then 7 million people left.
Wait, it's a special operation. It's not a war.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell me you're Russian. Tell me you're Russian.
Okay. Do you know you are smart? You are smart. Do you know how Americans fought in Baghdad? They carpet level Baghdad. It's easy like that to win war. Kiev is clean. Kiev is safe because Russia decided.
Really? Why did Russia launch multiple cruise missiles and bombing raids into Kyiv on the first few days of the invasion?
Okay. But USA bombed.
No. We're not talking about. I don't give a shit. We're not talking about. Hey, we're not talking about the U.S. I don't give a fuck. I can criticize the U.S. all day long too. We're not talking about the U.S. though. We're talking about Russia. You made a claim that Kyiv was nice and safe and that nothing happened to Kyiv. And then the second I called you out and pointed out that you were lying, you immediately folded and said, okay, but the U.S. did this. So one, you lied and acknowledge it. And two, nobody gives a shit about the U.S. because we're not talking about the U.S. We're talking about Russia.
First, you have double standard. So if you're saying that Russia is starting...
I just said that I criticized the U.S. True. I don't care. No. Cool. We're not. No, I don't give a shit. What you're doing is a whataboutism. We are not talking about the United. No, stop. No, you're right. No is exactly right. We are talking about Russia. I don't give a shit about the United States. I will criticize the United States all day long myself. I do it all the fucking time. Talk about Russia without having to go, but this country did this, but this country did this. I don't care. We're talking about Russia.
So Russia didn't target bridges, hospitals, airports. It
really?
Targeting military facilities in Kiev. Other states,
really cool. No, I don't. No. We're not. I told you, stop bringing up other countries because we're not bringing up other countries. Other countries doing shitty things doesn't justify Russia also doing shitty things.
But my point, Russia is not doing. Other countries doing that. You can't say me. Don't use this argument. Prove me that why is that argument wrong? Not don't say that. Don't say this because you are not for sections for USA. You are not for isolating USA, but you are demanding that for Russia. You have double standards.
Cool.
You are lying.
Cool. You know my. What have I lied about?
Because you are saying Russia is bad, doing this, doing that. While Russia is the best country in the world. It's the most,
who's the best? Well, who's the best country in the world? What?
When we talk about wars, Russia fight in a fair way, unlike other countries like USA.
Okay, cool. You're gonna shut up now because I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about the United States. Hey, so cool. Right now, this was from July of 2024. Russian Federation's attack on Ukrainian Children's Hospital, where they hit the fucking cancer ward. By the way, not only a war crime, but far beyond the limits of humanity. This is documented by the United Nations, where Russia double tapped a fucking children's hospital and then bragged about it on social media and then tried to blame fucking Ukraine for it. There were no soldiers at that hospital. That hospital was nowhere near the front lines. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, they just recently in Kherson, they
I know that case. I know that
fragmented
case.
drones after
Ukrainian
little
military,
kids.
Ukrainian
They just sent
military, Ukrainian
fragmented
military
drones
was
after little kids, dude.
Ukrainian military was goes that hospital. Even if it's true.
Shh. The Ukrainian military was close to the hospital, so they double tapped the cancer ward and hit it twice.
They made a mistake. It was close. Next to building was Ukrainian.
If it was a mistake, no, there wasn't. That's blatantly fucking false. So prove it. No. Fucking prove it. Neil, prove to me right fucking now that there was a Ukrainian armory next to the goddamn children's hospital. And also, what about this? In less than the first 30 days of the war, Russia used cluster munitions at least 24 times on civilian populated areas, nowhere near the front lines. Nowhere near the front lines. That is a that is a war crime to use cluster munitions on civilians.
US and their allies like
I don't care about the US. Quit being a bitch and pivoting to other countries. Address the thing I just showed you. Address this. No.
You are illogical.
Goodbye. No.
Come on, you just shouting over us. Like
No, I'm fucking over that.
okay, but in the war, in the actual war, like hundreds of wars happened in the past. Like all the wars have war crimes. Like why we specifies one thing and talking about like yes, Russia is a very very bad country because they did this and this and this. Okay, but Israel did this and China did that.
It's the whole argument of like
Iraq did that.
Nihil, no one's afraid of you. You're fucking annoying and you can't stick to the subject. Every time you get called out on your bullshit, you pivot to another country. Nobody cares.
They even I mean in the war the armies the soldiers they don't even care where they're starting to shoot the atomic factory. Like they don't care.
Yeah, they literally fucking hit the Chernobyl reactor number 4 with a fucking drone.
Yeah, it's so different what's happening on the field. Like of course mistakes happens. Always.
Yeah, but when the
Because it's a
mistakes
war.
happen every single day repeatedly.
Like people dying
Yeah,
right now.
like
right now.
I can accept if you have a couple mistakes and you hold the people who do it accountable, but like fucking Bucha, the guy that was in charge of the unit in the city of Bucha that slaughtered hundreds.
They killed hundreds of people.
Yeah, hang on. But do you know what they what they did to the commander of that unit? What the Russians did?
Actually, with the commander.
They gave him the award, the Hero of Russia. They gave him one of the highest fucking awards you can get in the Russian military. They awarded him for that.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but what happened? I don't know. Like in this war, when the Ukrainian soldiers bunkered themselves into the iron factory, and they put the civilians into there, and even the civilians told for the media they forced that.
No, so I have a friend who fought there. He ended up being captured as a POW there. So what happened was the hospitals got full, and there was a bunch of people that were like, "Hey, we can't take the civilians. Can you treat them?" And they were like, no, we're fighting here." And the people went, "Okay, cool, we're dropping them off anyways." And they went, "Fucking what? We can't. No, we're not. No, fuck off."
Well, this is a.
It wasn't supposed to happen. Unfortunately, it did. But even if that wasn't the case, like the city of Mariupol started the war off with a pre-war population of 445,000. In the first 30 days of the war, Russia killed 25,000 civilians. Not
Yes,
like
I know
that.
that,
Yeah.
but when the Russian army is offered for the Ukrainians defenders, like.
Yeah,
we
but
are
they're on the
creating
outskirts of the city. The Azovstal steel plant was on the outskirts of the city, and even after the fighting stopped, since then another 90,000 civilians have been killed there. Like the death toll right now in Mariupol is at 120,000, plus 50,000 people deported to Eastern Russia is basically slaves, and 10,000 children that the Belarusian Red Cross openly admitted to kidnapping. Like they admitted to the International Criminal Court that they kidnapped these people.
And not only that, U.S. just came out and said we're not going to help investigate those war crimes. In fact, we're going to delete all the information that we have on it.
Yeah.
That just happened.
Okay. It is 7:10 in the morning. Look at your clocks right now. Whatever fucking midnight is, or whatever 7 hours ago was, or let's say 5 hours. Whatever 5 hours ago was for you guys on your clocks, I'm going to be going live again. I will be going live at around 2 a.m. Central to 7 a.m. Central. Drop a follow if you guys want to keep seeing more. Check out my videos. Click the link to my bio. Look at the Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube stuff. He stands with Ukraine while sitting. Well, I stood with Ukraine when I was there training Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines as well. I love when people just keep coming in and spamming. Why don't you go to Ukraine? I did. Now what? But yeah, we'll keep up the stuff tonight. Oh, I just popped my whole spine. Oh, that felt good, but it hurt. Yeah, I will see you guys tonight. Thanks for coming up. Roz, I'll get you up later tonight. Ferris, I'll get you up again too. Sorry. I got to go to sleep and maintain my sleep schedule for my night shift at work. Good night.
Thanks, man. See ya.
And good night to everyone. Where was Neil from? Serbia? Fucking probably. I don't know. But yeah, good night, everyone. On the other platforms, I'll be live.